Good evening, everyone. I hope, as always, that you had an excellent weekend and you've had an excellent Monday and you're ready to hang out and play some Monster Train. So, let us do exactly that and play some Monster Train. We're still working through the crowns, of which we have some amount left to go. We're definitely more than halfway there now. Also, I still bafflingly have a couple unmastered cards. Although I guess it did take me quite a while to master some of the cards in the other clans as well. Will there be some Spire Jank in the near future? Yeah, I already talked about this, but it's probably after you had left for the Night Fury. But we'll definitely check out, say, the Spire 2 on Thursday, I believe is the day that it releases. I will probably do an early stream on that day. Probably not like 10 a.m. early, but who knows. But yeah, we'll probably do an early day and play that for quite a bit. I don't know my exact plans. Kind of depends on how much content there is and how fun it is and how polished it is. But yeah, we'll definitely play it at least on Thursday and probably some amount next week and maybe more beyond that. Okay, let us select a clan combo. So we have 2 Herzls left, 2 Hefts left. I think that's 4 Echo Right, 3 Spine Chief, and then obviously we have all these ones left to do. I guess let's start with Echo Right. And I should have selected a clan combo while I was thinking about that. I really want him to put something in this space. It just looks so weirdly empty. Let's do Awoken, I guess. And we're going to do Root Seeds rather than Restores. Even though I do think Restores are probably the better starter card now after they got their buff. Unfortunately, Pyre of Savagery doesn't work with eggs. Like, it makes sense why it doesn't for a variety of reasons, but it does become unhelpful here. Not that we have to play eggs with Echo Right, but still. Okay. So these are both interesting. I mean, like, Trader's Quill, well, again, a lot less good than Monster Train 1. It is still pretty decent for us here, since we're almost certainly going to be using a non-small number of consume cards. And so being able to just, like, murder some enemies, or at least soften them up while I get set up is not bad. Manifold Mirror is obviously interesting, but doesn't do anything currently. With the Wormkin-specific rooms, it could be quite good. I guess I'll take it. Repeater and Shellsmith. Well, isn't that interesting? I do kind of like Repeater with Echo Snare. It doesn't work very well with the egg, but I also just don't have to use the egg. That's totally fine. I was going to take Shellsmith if it, or Martial Lord if it were offered, but of course it was not. I don't know. I kind of lean towards Repeater here. Sure, fine. We'll see what we can do. I'm definitely gonna struggle to hatch the egg, probably. I could also, like, pivot into, I actually probably did want to play the egg there, but here we are. Okay, we're gonna do that so that I am for sure killing off the Scourge dudes, since they are a pain in the ass if I don't. Yeah, did lose my train of thought. That's fine. I do think it's pretty important for me to work on hatching the egg. Hey, doing Glacier? I guess we'll play another of those. I don't think it really matters, but here we are. And then I take some amount of damage, yada yada yada, who cares? Sometimes you take damage like a chump. Okay, the egg hatches. And then he should just easily fucking murder the boss on his own. I mean, it does take a fair bit of damage, but still. Like, we do a lot of damage, and the Reap should be doing a lot of extra damage, too. Since he has something like 16 Reap on him. I mean, I don't dislike an Infused Proclamation. I don't think I'm taking it, though. Hosting can, similarly, I think I'm not taking. It is nice being 0 cost, though. I kind of want the Razor Sharp Edge. The Glimmer is sort of interesting, especially because I can easily make that into a consume card, and that's not the worst consume card to be getting back. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, this is a little greedy, kind of. Yeah, no, we're going here. That's fine. Carver's not what I wanted. What I wanted was Keeper of Echoes. Specifically, this is the case because I'm setting up the Glimmer. Since I'm pretty confident that's what I'm going to do. I'm not, like, wild about it, but it's a fine option. Anyways, the point being that Glimmer's healing doesn't matter for the Carver's armor. It's not the worst thing, though, having a unit that scales up. But I could take the Kinho's Carapace instead. And then start working on building its stats. Yeah, I am not wild about this, but we'll do that. Anyways, we're doing this. And then we're just re-rolling. I totally spaced out, and the plus 20 in Consume was right there, wasn't it? I saw that the -2 in Consume was there, and for some reason I thought it was the plus 10 magic power. That's fine, we'll fix that in a moment, but that was wholly incorrect. Absolutely not what I meant to do. Don't mind me just making a clearly incorrect choice. Kinho's Carapace shall be the cornerstone of this run. I mean, that is the plan at the moment, but man, did I fuck up right then and there. So that's cool. Because the whole point was I was supposed to get back a Glimmer every turn, which would be something. Like, it's nice getting the Echo Snare back, but it is certainly less good for me. Okay, well, I am annoyed that I fucked up the Glimmer, but hey. Also, I'm not doing a very good job of building up charges, but okay. This is Jank, wasting money is to be expected. You're not totally wrong, but it was definitely a mistake. Okay, and then we wait to use this ability. So we can build up charges for one more turn. Oh yeah, except that makes the Reap do 0 damage. Which I wasn't properly thinking about. I probably should have given you spikes when I had the chance. Yeah, don't think that's gonna do it. Because you're gonna get a damage shield going up into the pyre room. And then you're going to be doing 8 damage a turn. And in exchange, I'm going to be doing like 48 damage. It's almost like having that glimmer every turn would have been really nice. Crazy. Anyways, pretty confident that I need to redo it. Like, it might be close-ish, but I don't think that works. And either way, that's okay. I think ultimately we're going to mainly just not worry about playing out the Echo Snare. I will do it on this turn. Get rid of those guys. Unfortunately, I'm not dealing with the Scourge dudes very well. But whatever, fine. We'll still do that just because it is actually pretty good for me to be killing off the enemies. I guess so. Yeah, that's much better. I mean, it's still kind of a shit show, but it's certainly better. Oh no, I still can't math. I thought that was enough, but that's what I get for not mathing. Yeah, it turns out I really fucked it. Again, just like, I invested in the Glimmer, and all I needed was to actually make the Glimmer plus 20 and consume, and we would have been totally fine. Like, I made my choices around that, and then I fucked it. So, whatever. Not a great start. Okay. we do have a similar start of the Kinhost Vessel. Like, base charge is good. Encased Divinity is okay. Let's do base charge. I wonder would you like the other game mode without the souls but the normal scaling? I mean, having to choose the order of the run, also new monsters bosses. To be clear, I do still like the new game mode. I just haven't been playing it because I want to get through all the crowns. Like, I do still enjoy it. But, yes, I also would enjoy it, and probably enjoy it more without the souls. God, it is literally the same. I was really hoping for Martial Art again here. Yeah, I mean, neither of these is helpful at the moment. I think Shellsmith definitely the better choice for me for a number of reasons. The soundtrack is pretty awesome, Soul Savior. Oh, I love the new songs, for sure. How many crowns still have to complete? A fair few. We've gone through most of the new ones, but I still have a good chunk to go through. I keep meaning to count up the remaining ones, and I keep forgetting to do so until I'm staring at that screen at the beginning of stream. Yeah, I mean, realistically, I really should take Shellsmith here, especially since we're up against Knockback Archeon, and so having team-wide defense is good. Also, just being able to do team-wide defense with the Bogflies is also quite good, since they can overstack the floor, and then we're benefiting even more strongly from Shellsmith. I'll take it. I'm still annoyed at myself for losing that run just now, when I definitely could have won it. And then I just didn't. Anyways, again, Shellsmith doesn't actually do anything for us at the moment, because I don't have any consume spells, but that's fine. Well, how dare you? Yeah, I don't know why. I, for some reason, was talking myself into thinking that the Collector was right here. Clearly, I'm distracted and maybe a little more tired than I thought. But I was, like, trying to make sure that I was killing off the enemies here so that I could then get the Collector behind them. And that's not at all what's occurring. Don't ask me. I'm clearly having a stroke. Well, I guess we're playing that there. Realistically, what I should have done is played one of the Spear Stewards here, and I didn't. It's still fine. We're killing these guys before they reach top 4, which isn't the worst. But it is a mistake. Sure, we'll do this just to try to preserve a little bit of health. But if I want this to hatch, I absolutely have to get 2 charges next turn. Yeah, and then it lies to me, but we do actually win because it is hatching, even if it says it's not. It is just unfortunately broken at the moment, and I would expect it to get fixed whenever they do the next patch. Because it's a pretty major bug. I do want the Echo Transfer. I think we're probably taking Bounding Echoes, though. Especially because it is a consume card, and it's a good consume card. For the sake of it, I'll take Wildwood Sap right now. I'm not, like, terribly happy with that, but it is helpful for me at the moment. I feel a little bad because Glare Minder does warp my runs whenever it shows up, but it is good, especially when we have base charge, so we already have the ability to deal some reap damage on every floor. That is less helpful. I mean, I guess I could do this if I wanted. And maybe is worth doing, honestly. Quick fat egg it is. I mean, it's not the worst plan. It's just that I need to be able to hatch it, and yeah. I mean, like, the quick is not terrible. I just wasn't confident I was actually going to use the Kinhost Vessel going forward. But it is useful. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about that. I'll do this. It's fine. Still mad at myself for losing last run. Here we are. Yeah, Merc Invasion is a little dodgy, but we should be okay. Also, I do need to remember that I have Bogworm now. I still really wish you could tell which floor the Bogworm upgrade was going on, but that is not the case. Okay, we'll just go ahead and wipe out all of those guys. Certainly don't hate that. Okay, thank God we got an Echo Break. I was going to be mad if we didn't have one. Yeah, whatever. We'll go ahead and do this and just take the small amount of damage. Not a big deal. I just was trying to avoid it. Okay, so we play you. And then we put you up front. And then we get a little bit of armor. It's not a lot of bit of armor, but it's a little bit of armor. And then we should be in good shape overall. Oh, I didn't need to do that. I didn't realize I had his ability up. I do wish his ability had a different name. The Reaping sounds just kind of... Honestly, I think it sounds a little stupid, but... it's not a big deal. Just a little derpy of a name and a little too on the nose for what it does. But that's okay. The glaring. Anyways, we much more easily beat the boss this time. I do like Echo Infusion. Shelter, also very good. Maybe a bit of overkill when we already have Shellsmith. I'll just take a Hosting Candy even though it gives me another Calcified Ember. I will skip on this Wildwood Sap, I guess. Do I want a Merchant of Arms? Kind of. Probably just want to go here, though. Also, probably should have grabbed the Echo Infusion, but I didn't. Steel Singer. I mean, it's cute, but we're not gonna do that. I think I'm just gonna Spell Chain the Hosting Kin. And then we're going to make... some consume cards of our own. It's not the worst plan. Although I don't think the upgrade would work correctly with the hatched unit. I could, meanwhile, do it with a Glare Minder. It's a lot less impressive when it's not with the unit that's getting, you know, 3 attacks naturally. But still could be good. Could also just skip on this. Not really a guarantee that we need this. But I do kind of like that. Mostly, like, already was considering duping him. Also, already want to give dualism to him. And dualism works very well with the perma-rage, obviously. I think we're just not going to take it, though. I could also go a different route and do, like, the Titan skin, but we're just not going to worry about it. Always more Blight cards. Yeah. Well, we have a lot of capacity here. Okay. And I believe Knockback Archeon has like 15 attack, or 13 attack, I mean. Yeah. So you should survive this, no problem. That goes there. You go there. Right, you're gonna go there. And then we reap a bunch of dudes. Turns out Reap 6 is a lot of reap. I'll do that even though it feels like the charges are wasted. Well, not the charges, but we're wasting the damage. But that's not a big deal overall. Okay, you go there. You're dead. We just refuse to take damage. And here we go. And with our big, thick floor, we've gotten a lot of extra value out of the consume cards. I don't really want to get sapped a whole bunch, but this does seem very warranted to do this turn. So, that's what we're doing. Again, it does cut into my power quite a bit, but on the other hand, I gain so much armor and other stats from it that it's just, it's worth it. I should have done the root seeds, but that's okay. It's not like we're in any danger from Archeon at this point. He's already much of the way dead. You know what? Just for the sake of it, yeah. We'll fly in some reinforcements. Even the pew-pew from this champion makes me think of Star Wars. I have never thought of Star Wars from this champion, but I do like the pew-pew. I get it. I know why you say it, but still. Echo Bloom is cute. Wormkin Etchings is quite good. It is on a land speeder. Yeah, I knew what you were getting at. I mean, again, still wish I was on the prior run. Echo Bloom would have been kind of cute with Manifold Mirror. Pretty confident we just want Wormkin Etchings, though. The problem with Wormkin Etchings is I don't have any particularly, like, good consume cards at the moment. But it's still just solid for us regardless. Yeah, I guess I'll take the Keeper, even though I can't use it terribly well at the moment. If we get Bog Slime, like, everything turns around. And to that effect, you know, I'm actually going to go here, even though I'm missing out on the Merchant of Steel to do it. The Pyre Stone is actually quite good. If only Keeper would grow wings. I assume you mean so that we could fly it onto a different floor. I mean, Repeater's kind of cute. We'll still take Shellsmith 2, though. I don't know why I re-rolled there when I don't have enough gold. Like, it at least assures me that... Well, that's interesting. It at least assures me that Bog Slime is not... We're not missing out on Bog Slime. Anyways, we're 5 times duping the hosting kit. That's what we're doing. It's 0 cost. It has Consume. It has Spell Chain. It hits everything I want. Okay. I should have done that slightly differently, but that's okay. Yeah, fine. We'll do that. Well, did all the pips go up? Yes. Not sure what specifically you're talking about, but we do have a couple things that you might be referring to. If you're talking about it at the beginning of the fight, that's because we have base charge, where we start with 2 charges on every floor. If you're talking about just at the end of the turn, that's from Glareminder, who end of turn adds 1 charge to every floor. So, that is where that comes from. The Pyre power pips, are you talking about capacity? Or are you just talking about the charges in the Pyre room? Y'all, the increased capacity went on top floor, that's wild. Yeah. Admittedly, I do wish that it wasn't on top floor, but that's fine. If this were Monster Train 1, I would absolutely want top floor. But Monster Train 2, I am a lot less excited about that. It's still helpful, it's just not... It's just not nearly what I want. In general, Monster Train 2, in many ways, strongly encourages you to be setting up on... like bottom floor, or at least on the lower floors, and yeah, not nearly as helpful. So when was the last time we played Monster Train 1? The day before Monster Train 2 released, I think, because I was still streaming it up until Monster Train 2 released. Because, you know, even though I had access to Monster Train 2, I couldn't show it off on stream until then, so I was still playing Monster Train 1. Strongly suggested while holding a Scourge gun at you. Yeah, the amount of Scourge generating enemies in this game is certainly a thing. And even more than that, the fact that there are chosen Scourge dudes who give 2 Scourges every time they fire is extra awful. Oh, I forgot to do Glareminder's ability. I think I forgot to do that earlier, but either way, we're doing it now. Yeah, anyways. You know, in addition to other things, but there are certain battles in particular that this game really wants to hammer home to you that, like, Scourges are a problem. Namely, the battle with Kel, where it spawns from the beginning. It's like one Scourge guy, then the next waves are each 2 Scourge guys until the end of the fight. And, like, if you're not killing them, you just stop drawing new cards. And that feels so fucking bad. Well, we're taking Forgotten Trade. I do like the ambient charge as well, but Forgotten Trade is legitimately quite good for us. I kind of like the Invigorating Solution, which is odd for me to say, since it's a card I normally don't give a shit about, but I'll take it, I guess. I do want the Merchant of Arms, but I also would like to start enhancing my units, so let's enhance units. Honestly, I don't think I really need the dualism, but we're still going to do it. Ooh, definitely not what I was hoping for, but fine. I guess we'll do this instead. I don't actually want the quick. This is fine. We have a kind of a mishmash of things in a way that I'm not in love with. Kind of want the Steward's Quarters. Kind of want the Glass Cannon. Pretty confident I'm not gonna bother. Well, we'll see what happens. So the Dominating Authority is actually kind of cute in that it lets me pull out a Bogfly early, which I don't hate. It's not, like, incredibly important, but it is sort of nice. Melee weakness, also nice, of course. Could also just do the Corruption on strike, which I am not totally sure I care about. Yeah, I don't know. Fine. Sure. Oh, except I think that's still bugged currently, and that's probably going to drive me crazy. It actually is probably good for me, but it will bother me that it's bugged. I forgot that that's still in that state. Have you gotten the Herzl plus Luna crown? Seemed really painful to me. Great question. I think so, but let's find out. Yep. Okay. Well, time to be a little annoyed by this. Okay, so I think it's fine as long as I play my units first. So, let's experiment for a moment just to see if this is still working in the bugged fashion. I'm pretty confident that on this patch it is. Okay. Oh, yeah. So, here's what I'm trying to clarify. Dominating Authority specifies that it pulls a unit from your deck when you play it, but currently it is able to pull units from your hand, but also sometimes it makes a copy of the unit, which is not helpful. And by that I mean, it is strong, potentially, but it is very much not how the upgrade is supposed to work, and it just irks me. Anyways, I would expect that it gets fixed soon. Anyways. Okay, it feels like everything with Herzl is kind of difficult to win for me for some reason. He is admittedly a little bit of a weird champion, so like I'm not terribly surprised by that. It worked fine before DLC, right? Kind of. So here's the deal. On release, it had a bug where rarely it would create a copy of a unit instead of pulling from your deck, or maybe it would pull from your... Anyways, rarely it was bugged on release. They fixed it, it was fine for a while, and then with the release of the DLC, it bugged Dominating Authority again. So, I would expect it gets fixed in next patch, because a lot of people have pointed it out, and right now it is like... It used to be a rare bug, and now it is consistently broken. Like, it happens basically every time you use it. So, I would expect that not to stand for too long. Alright, let's just armor up the team and help combat the corruption. But yeah, anyways, Herzl's a bit weird. Certainly not my favorite champion. Overall, I think he's got a number of decent, powerful things you can do. Yeah, this is the issue, is now I have a Spear Steward I don't want. That's right. I was confused for a second. I was like, why do I have another Spear Steward? Why does my Spear Steward not have armor? It's because when this hatched, it pulled another unit from the deck because it counted as summoning again. Which is fine, but we are going to murder him so I can get some space freed up. Anyways. As most devs usually say, consistent bug is better than randomly working and randomly not working. Oh, for sure. It's definitely way easier for them to fix if it is reliably reproducible. But yeah, it was fixed for a while, and then something reintroduced it, so... Whatever. Anyways, we are going to sap my dudes for the sake of it so I can do all this. Because now I got a ton of armor, and we return some consume cards, and I also build up stats whenever I'm generating charges, and I generate a fair few number of charges, so... Also, we have the Forgotten Trade on now, so we gain charges whenever we... Should have done it slightly differently, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's fine. Anyways, we gain charges whenever we get hit, so we now get even better value out of the Keeper of Echoes. And I don't really mind the Ember Drain all that much. Anyways, this boss is very much gonna die. And yes, I am shooting my own Keeper of Echoes to get extra revenge triggers, because I have more than enough armor as is. And here we go! And because I have 7 units on the floor, every time he attacks into me, it's effectively giving me 14 attack and 7 HP across the floor. Pew pew. I do love the sound of Echorite. Echorite is still probably my favorite champion. I just really love their whole vibe, and also they've got a cool set of abilities, even if Chamber of Recall now encroaches upon their design, and Bogfly Chrysalis isn't nearly as cool as it was in Monster Train 1. Overall, though, still cool. I do think Bog Wormling probably needs a bump to its stats, but that's a slightly different matter. Anyways, ambient charge is good. Probably should take it, actually. Yeah, fine. I'll take it. I'm, like, technically using the Reap, but not in a way where losing a couple charges every once in a while is going to matter all that much. I probably should go to the Merchant of Magic here, but again, on the hope that I can get Bog Slime. I technically have one extract thing now. Versatile Ember Staff is not bad, but let's reroll. I mean, Mind Horde is not bad for me. I don't know that I really care, though. What we are going to do is we're going to get rid of Spear Steward 1 and Spear Steward 2. This is one of those times where it does feel worse that I am basically forced in top floor thanks to my Pyre. At least it's starting to put charges elsewhere. Or, not charges, but capacity. I actually could set up on mid-floor, and so I think I will do that, so there's less spikes. It shouldn't really matter with how much armor I'm generating anyways, but still. Okay, there we go. Extract artifact works when you move the Bogfly. Yeah, I did space out on that. You are correct. I was thinking it only about ambient charge, but 100% you are correct. Would have been better. Overall, it's fine that I don't have it. Yeah, we're gonna wait on the Wormkin etchings. I just don't need to use it right here. Okay, and since the egg is going to hatch, we are going to get the other Bogfly for free. Unfortunately, I have to deal with these Scourge generators because they're awful, and there are so many of them in this game. So that's cool. But we should be okay. Yeah, I guess that goes on you. Because we can't, well, it's not that big of a deal if I put on the Bogflies, but we don't really want it there, and we can't put on the Glareminder. Other than that, it's fair game. Yeah, I'm just not going to worry about the corruption dudes. And I shouldn't have done that when I had only one Ember. Well, it's not the end of the world, but it would be nice to have Forgotten Trade on. Also, with Dualism, it's now Reap 12, which is a lot. Because even just at, like, at the 4 charges, which actually becomes 5 with the Glareminder, because he generates 1 before the Reap procs, it's 60 damage to every enemy, and that's not bad. Certainly don't hate that. Let's go ahead and kill you so we don't have to deal with your shit. Probably should have used the Wormkin etchings. Would be really nice if I reduced the cost of the Wormkin etchings, but here we are. I actually probably didn't want to do the Root Seeds when I'm Ember drained, but that's okay. Back to our regularly scheduled Kale bullying. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be okay. Oh, That's all my cards for the turn. It's gonna be okay, but not for Kale. That's a fair point. Alright, and then my mighty squad of heroes pretty easily murders Kale. I mean, Kale's already taking 420 damage just from the Reap. It's actually more than that, that's not accounting for the extra charge. But, yeah, he's super dead. Sure, I'll take another one. We're gonna take Draw. More Ember would also be kind of nice since I'm Ember draining myself, but that's okay. I really wish I knew what our capacity situation was looking like. Also, as far as upgrades, I don't really need upgrades that much. Like, obviously, Multi-Strike would do some good work for us. I'm considering duping, like, a Keeper or a Glare Minder. But I don't actually know if I have the capacity for that. Meanwhile, I can go to the left here. It's my last Merchant of Magic. Basically, we'd be going there looking for remove, consume, and, like, holdover on the Wurmkin Etchings. And that's about it. I mean, I can still do more stuff than that, but, like, that's the ideal. I think we're gonna go to the left, and then we're gonna go here to deployable the Forgotten Trade. Well, here's the holdover. Which is not incredibly helpful. It does not matter to me. None of these are helpful. I was hoping for the Archeon event. No, Arcus. I said it. I was going to say it right the first time, and then I doubted myself. Anyways. It does annoy me a little bit that their names are so similar. Hello, how go the runs? It's our first run. No, it's not our first run. I lost the first run very badly for my own hubris. Not even my hubris. I just misclicked and had to pay the consequences. But anyways, it's going fine. Other than my annoyance at my own mistake. The second run here is going quite well. How are you doing, Janks? Alright, let's do that. And let's do that, I guess, even though I kind of would like to just get rid of the Sting. And then we'll hold on to gold, I guess, and use it to buy artifacts. Anyways, the point is, I wanted the Arcus event. That's all I wanted. Yeah, I still can't set up on bottom floor, but I can set up on mid floor, so let's do that. Also, I'm still not used to Shellsmith having 160 attack. It's a lot of attack. Anyways, the Scourge dudes are not great, but otherwise, this should be fine. Alright, slightly wrong order, not a big deal. Here we are. Finally got all the souls in Soul Savior and finished Tangle. Trying Overgrowth in the next day or two before Slay the Spire 2 releases. Sounds like a good time. I still have not done all of that. just because I find it hard to split my attention between the normal runs and getting all the crowns and Soul Savior. Even though I do want to play more Soul Savior, just haven't done it. I am looking forward to Slay the Spire 2, although, as I've said many times before, kind of tentatively excited. Yeah, unfortunately, because of the -1 and the Ember Drain and the Blight, I have to take the Resonant Ruin damage, which is annoying. But whatever. Anyways, Slay the Spire 2. Tentatively excited. We'll see how it turns out. I kind of expect that they're not going to be as daring as I want them to be with the game, but I still expect that it's going to be a good time. Although I'm definitely not looking forward to another couple years of people saying, Slay the Spire has perfect balance and no other game can compare. I'm thankful that that talking point has at least died down somewhat, but holy shit did it get annoying. Well, I don't love how I drew there. I just hope the co-op mode from Slay the Spire might bring a co-op in Monster Train. I think co-op in Monster Train makes a lot less sense than it does in Slay the Spire. So I'm not surprised that there is no co-op in Monster Train, while there is one in Slay the Spire. I like Soul Savior a lot more than I thought I would. Nicer for you for normal runs, but not so different that I never want to return to regular runs. Yeah, that's sort of how I feel about it. I have liked what I played of it so far. Oh, fuck me. Well, I guess we have to take the Scourge damage again. Because otherwise, I let these guys go and they do more damage than the Scourge does. Which is fine. I can afford to bleed out some health. It's just a little annoying. Okay, and then we should very easily murder Rax here. Also, I do wish that I had minus cost the Wormkin Etchings. I kind of don't have a good explanation for why I didn't, but here we are. I mostly got disappointed that I didn't remove Consume from it, but that doesn't explain why I didn't make it more playable nonetheless. But hey, here we are. I do like Unearthed Remains. I like it a lot less when it costs 2, though. So we'll skip. Chamber of Recall also could have been nice. I'll take the Pyro for once. It's fine. Serrated Mandibles is cute. Attuned Whetstone I'm going to take. Okay, so we're making that deployable so that we can take Attuned Whetstone, and now it's always going to pull out the Forgotten Trade. And we should still be fine on deployable things. Trader's Quill does actually represent a fair bit of damage for us. I'll take Serrated Mandibles, even though I think it's unnecessary, but I like it. Fine. I probably shouldn't, but I will. I actually maybe want to do Ambient Charge. Just because I do generate a lot of charges, and so being able to draw even more cards is good. The problem is I don't always have enough Ember to play everything. But that's still maybe worth it. Because like, the only other like good options, like I do a Hosting Kin. I would love to do a Keeper of Echoes or a Glareminder, but I don't know that I can actually afford to do that. And then also there's like Wormkin etchings as an option, but we're just not going to worry about that. Now, all this said, I'm not like super well prepared for this fight, but we should still make it through, even if it's a bit clumsy. I like the different questions that the Soul Savior bosses and enemies ask of you compared to normal runs, but the downside is that the scaling required reduces the variety of strategies available, and playing out enhanced bonus is pretty fun. Yeah, I would agree with that. I definitely enjoy the new enemies quite a bit, especially things like the sniper enemies, I think are a cool twist on things. So yeah, I definitely enjoy that quite a bit. Okay, so now we play that so they all get the bonus, and then you get that, and you get that. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm not totally convinced that drawing more cards right now is helpful. It kind of maybe is, but I think we'll just wait till next turn. Now you actually have to form proper RPG party underfloor with clear front, mid, and back lines. Snipers are great, makes playing Umbra feel like cheating. Fair enough. I do kind of want to be killing the Scourge dudes down there, and I'm not doing that. But that's okay. Maybe. Yeah, we'll just do this now and take the Vengeful Shard damage. Like a chump. Anyways, you're giving Corruption, but I also already have like 300 some armor. Yes, you'll eventually double the Corruption. That's fine. Yeah, this is not the hand that I really wanted to see, but it is the hand we expected. Witherbloom in all its varieties makes you think a lot more about line durability too. Yeah, Witherbloom is kind of a pain in the ass, but it is what it is. Okay, let's just kill you so I don't have to deal with you. As much as I didn't really prepare for this fight super well, we should be okay. We should be fine. These are not exactly the Scourge cards I had hoped to get back, but that's okay. Well, didn't love drawing into that, but fine. Sure, I guess we'll play that and then apply Reap on everybody. And thus we'll do another 1,000 damage to Dominion. Since the Reap is only ever going up. Yeah, really wish I had Sinner Salve. That would be nice. I guess we'll do this. Unfortunately, I have to get the Scourge cards next turn. I just don't have a way out of that. Which is mostly relevant because it's the Chosen dude this turn, and so I'm getting 2 awful cards added. Only one of them is in my hand right now, but there's the other one anyways. Alright, well, let's draw into some consume cards since we know that's for sure what we're drawing. Well, I do like getting the Wormkin Etchings back, but I unfortunately can't play it right now. Anyways, we're still doing fine. I maybe should have put in some effort to killing the Scourge Generator on bottom floor, but that's okay. We're doing like 1,000 damage to Dominion right here as is. Well, this is a bit of a nightmare, but fine. I do appreciate that I at least infuse the Vengeful Shards, so I am at least getting the Inspire triggers. God, I have 170 corruption, and it does not matter. Alright, well. Even after all the damage I've taken on the Keeper, they still have 400 armor. It is a lot. Alright, let's murder some of those. Yeah, I maybe didn't want to do the Pyro for next turn, since I'm drawing, like, no cards. I mean, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. I had a cool run with a tank that kept absorbing the Wither Bloom from Life Mother, plus an endless fledgling imp that ate its neighboring damage every turn. Backline and Shartail Queen eventually built up enough damage to win Relentless. That is cool. Okay, yeah, we take a bit of damage, but we have plenty of stats across the board thanks to the Keeper. And also you're already taking a not trivial amount of Reap damage. Plus that number is going up every turn as the what's its face? Kinho's Pupa is attacking. Since it gives Reap with every attack. Anyways, thus, the Titans! Which should be fine. Like, obviously we're going to take some damage from Savagery, and we're going to take some damage from Dominion, but it doesn't fucking matter. At least Glareminder is going to speed up Dominion a little bit. Okay, and I still can't set up on bottom floor, so that's fine. It's not a big deal either way. It is just a minor inconvenience. Also, I need to remember to play these first, otherwise it can get duped or played out of the hand, I guess, with Dominating Authority, and I really don't want that. Okay, let's give him the Reap. I guess let's generate some more Reap and charges there. Okay, wish I had gotten you earlier, but that's fine. I mean, I could just leave you here so I don't take the damage. You know what? Let's do that. Okay, now we move you. Yeah, this feels a little bit like a waste, but I do want you to die, so... Alright, don't hate drawing those. Alright, we're doing decent damage. We're getting plenty of free stats from Forgotten Trade, among other things. Oh boy, I love drawing into multiple saps. Oops, all hosting kins. It is true. I mean, you know, it's also by design. I don't hate it. I do hate the Curses of Entropy, but that's another matter. I mean, I think they're an okay design for a card and a boss gimmick. I do get annoyed how they flood your deck and all that. But again, that's not really a big deal. The one thing I really hate about this fight, I mean, there's a lot of things, but in particular, I just hate how the Pyrolites are more or less required. At least, you know, if you're not going to go mad. There's a good chunk of this being 0 cost, so there we go. I could have moved these guys out of the way and hit him with the sting, but it wasn't quite strong enough to kill. It doesn't actually matter either way. Again, I'm sitting here with 300 to 500 armor, depending on which unit you're looking at. And that's fine. I can afford to take a little bit of sweeping damage. Anyways, I just think having to play out the Pyrolite every turn is lame and not engaging. But you've all heard my thoughts on this fight more than once, so you know, no news there. Not really. I was hoping to draw, but fine. Reminds me of Slay the Spire, Slimes from Time Eater on A19+. If I didn't really need it, all that junk, but it is what it is. Okay. Alright, well, you're going down. We're just waiting on you now. And I guess we'll just block your damage that way. We don't really need it elsewhere, and even if I did, who cares? We're gonna win next turn regardless. Okay. I could increase his reap even further by, you know, buffing him with the root seeds. Pretty confident we're not going to do that. Well, here we are. Anyways, taking 300 damage from the reap, but also just dying to the pyre anyways. Ta-da! We took like 40 damage, but it just doesn't matter. And by that I mean only 31 damage. Ta-da! Ooh. Sometimes I just like hearing the sound as it tallies up the score. All right, look at us go. We have completed yet another crown. For context, Time Eater is already one of the harder Act 3 bosses. It's the only one that inflicts debuffs. It also inflicts draw down. A19 plus also makes it throw slimes in your deck to make your draws even worse. It's just slug. Yeah, no, I remember. It took me a moment to remember specifically what you meant by the slimes, because when you said the slimes, I was thinking of the actual like slime enemies. And I was like, I really don't recall those being in fight. But yeah, no, I do remember them adding the junk to your deck as well. Oh. Okay, what are we doing for the next crown? We are going to do something with Railforge because I've been bouncing between Wormkin and Railforge this whole time. And that seems like the right thing to keep doing. Maybe we do Bullet Railforge next. I've mostly done like one champion for each of these. That's not entirely the case, but that's mostly what we've got. Anyways, I guess we'll do Bullet next. Okay, and do we want Salvage or Smith? I think we want Salvage. Mechanized Bullet about to take some heads. Feels like it's been forever since I played Fear's Greed. Inoki's fine. It's one of those units that... It's an okay unit that I essentially never draft, because I just don't think it contributes enough to your team to be worth it. Like, it's not bad, but... especially with Under Legion generally being so hungry for capacity and deployment ember, it's just a little harder for me to justify. Again, it's fine. It's not a bad card. It's just... I also don't really care. Also, I kind of hate Renovate as a card. Fine, she's nice for Soul Saver to counter Witherbloom. I mean, that's totally fair. I'm talking specifically in regards to normal runs here. Inoki is a cool unit that I want to start with and basically don't want otherwise. I mean, even then, I would rather start with other Under Legion units. Particularly, I would rather start with Puffball, Moral Mistress, or Spore Launcher. Even with Bullet and like Spore Launcher, where you can't fit them on the floor together, it at least informs decisions you can make going forward. And also just like flat out a good unit, even if they're not, you know, on the same floor together. But yeah. Firestone Housing is good. It is less good in this clan combo, kind of. It's still decent. Pretty confident I just want Artificial Pyrostone. It's just so useful. I think we're doing Hiveminder for a number of reasons, including that I just haven't played Hiveminder in a bit. The minus ember is a little annoying, but it is what it is. Okay. We'd rather get Bullet's rally than the Inoki's rally. So we played in that order. Now, we don't necessarily totally want to get rid of every Spear Steward. Because then we'll have nothing to spend the Forge points on. But on the other hand, also, who cares? I mean, I guess I can spend them on the loan codes. Yeah, fine. Firestone to set up Odie's Totem. I mean, honestly, I would probably take Odie's Totem if I saw it, but... yeah, it's quite something. Should I do that? Maybe not. But here we are. Anyways, we're gonna take some damage. That's okay. It's just sweet, delicious gold. if you squint hard enough. Yes, look at us go. At least the Eager Conscript sort of cooperated, and we drew them nicely spaced out so we didn't draw like all 5 of them at the same time. So I was able to play out largely the maximum number of them that I could on any given turn. And thus, here we go! I mean, we probably want Glow Up. It turns out pretty good in general, especially when we're doing rally stuff. Weldling is not bad. Boilerplate is interesting, but probably not necessary. Probably still one of my bigger leaks. I just like playing with Odis even when I know it's not often great. I often skip it. I very highly value Deployment Ember. Because, like, the Ember per turn is nice, but there's a lot more ways to play around having less turn-to-turn Ember. And there's very few ways to get more Deployment Ember. And being able to just, like, start with extra cards on the field means that you don't have to worry about drawing them later. It means that you can immediately start stacking up their power. It means, especially with, like, Under Legion, that you don't have to worry about its capacity as much, because if you aren't playing something in deployment, then you have to either, like, accept that fungi are going to take up one of your deployment or one of your capacity slots, or you have to, like, delay creating fungi. Not that every deck is going to use fungi, but you get the point. Anyways, there's just a lot of things to consider with giving up some Deployment Ember. I don't know. I don't know that I really care about the Boilerplate. It's fine, but we're gonna skip. I'm not really generating forge points, and obviously I could change that, but who cares? Okay. Well, the tried and true Spore Launcher, though we do need to hit the Smidgestone tax. I'll take the dualism at least, but that doesn't solve my issues currently. Okay, well, here we are. It's fine if we take some pyre damage. That's what Fira's is for. Once again, we'd rather get the Bullet Rally than the Inoki Rally. Oh, whoops. Don't mind me as I forget that I actually have to choose between the Spore Launcher or the other thing. Okay. I already forgot that I had to renovate, but pretty confident that that doesn't matter a ton to me. Yeah, I don't always take it. It's mostly holdover from Monster Train 1, where I sometimes try to have a minimal unit set up with a bigger focus on spells. I mean, you can do that in both Monster Train 1 and Monster Train 2 to plenty good effect. Alright, we'll just play that there and get even more decay on them, and with his 20 regen, he'll just kind of chill out. We are unfortunately doing a very bad job of rallying on top floor, but that's okay. We at least get the gold from letting things by and all that. This is annoying. I have no fun guys to play out the loam coat and stuff on. Well, that's irritating. But anything resembling a boss artifact, I'm always going to have fun with trying to make work. I mean, that's fair. Alright, we'll take more damage because we are trying to just get as much bulleting going as we can. I actually wouldn't have taken damage if I had played Bullet in front of the Inoki, but I wanted some extra defense for Bullet, is why we were doing it this way. Okay, I actually get more value out of doing it this way, because I miss out on one rally and instead get 2 more rallies with the Propagate. Plus he has extra HP and all that, which is useful. Alright, the Spore Launcher almost solos the boss. I mean, I do want to play with the Calcify Ember, but also I just want to rally, so here we are. I did take a lot of damage, but that's fine. Is Renovate a card that matters at all? Can't even smelt it productively. I mean, in this deck, no. It is pretty worthless for me unless I want to, like, hold off on playing the Spore Launcher and try to Renovate for extra capacity. Which I'm going to tell you right now, I really don't want to do, but it's technically a possibility. I could take the Green Recruit and use that as a decent combo with the Renovate. Because I wouldn't need to generate that much capacity to start getting value out of the Green Recruit, but then I'd still have to look for Endless, and I just don't really care. I do like Proliferate. I think we're taking the Infectory here. Yeah, we'll skip on those. I actually should have probably taken the Steel Polyclaw. I just didn't even think about it while I was looking at it, but that's fine. Ice Me in general seems like a Magical Christmas Land kind of card. It's not, especially since Railforge does have a fair chunk of non-banner units, and they are generally pretty good non-banner units. So, like, being able, like, for instance, just put, like, Intrinsic on it, dump a bit of Ember into it, and then you freed up capacity to both use your banner units and still make space for, like, a Railgun, or a Sentry Turret, or a Weldling. Like, those are all pretty useful, viable targets to just create a little bit of capacity for. Especially since most of the Railforge banners and even the champions are devoted more towards, like, setting up an engine rather than being, like, major offensive threats on their own. Obviously, you can make them into offensive threats, like, especially Crucible Steward, where you have an outlet built in to deal extra damage. But that said, like, Railgun and Sentry Turret are both pretty potent offensive tools, and Weldling is both offense and defense in one. So creating a bit of extra capacity for them is good. Not to mention there are plenty of other clans where generating the extra capacity can be really nice. Luna, again, in particular, being another one that has a lot of, like, good, interesting non-banner units to work with. Also, you know, you don't necessarily have to play out all of your banner units during deployment. So taking Renovate allows you to focus on other things, then generate more capacity early on in the fight, and then play out the rest of your banner units as you draw them. It also works sort of decently with Railforge's general idea of forging, because, like, again, it's sort of okay to delay playing a number of your banner units or other units in Railforge, because you can then, like, build up some forge points, and then when you play that unit later, you're able to make them much stronger than if you had played them in deployment. Anyways, the point is, it's a bit of a weird card. I don't like using it. There is sort of an actual, like, purpose to the card. It kind of just depends on your playstyle, but there are ways to use it. My biggest problem with it is just that outside of specific, like, smelting options, you can't play Renovate in the same turn that you want to play a unit, because it takes all of your Ember to play it, and so then you're left at 0 Ember, and so you don't have any to play it. That said, again, you can combo with, like, Crucible Steward, or you can, like, 0 cost to Salvage, or one of the other Smelt cards. Yada, yada, yada. I'd like it a lot more if it consumed. I probably would too, but I think it's fine for it not to. Especially because it being not a consume card makes it a very easy target for, like, the -2 in consume upgrade, which you couldn't do if it already consumed. And there are times where you want it to not be a consume card. Those are much smaller times, but they do exist. But, yeah. By the way, I didn't get Knuckler for a long time. Had it as last non-mastered card. Got it yesterday and still failed to make it a carry unit due to absence of proper upgrades. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know. Fuck me. I think we're going to the left here so that we can make, like, Infectory deployable. Or if I see Steel Polyclaw, even though I just skipped on it, I might take that and make it deployable so I could get Spore Launchers onto the floor properly. Which is not what I want to do. But I did already fill up his upgrade, so I can't get Smidgestone anymore. Honestly, wasn't really thinking when I did that. Going here, I'd mostly be looking to just do, like, holdover on the glow up. Holdover spell chain, that is, but... I mean, Herzl's Hammer is good. It matters a lot less here. Though we could give it to Bolette, since he is building up power and might get trample later. But I think that just largely doesn't matter. Bloodthirsty Blade is okay on him, but again, I think it just mostly doesn't matter. I mean, Zone of Silence is fine. I'm mostly just kind of fucked up, and I'm annoyed at it, but that's okay. Fine, who cares? Okay, well, we're at least doing this. Also, I can't even get... I don't know. I made mistakes, but that's fine. I just need to take capacity after this, essentially. And I'm not wild about that, but it's a fine option. Okay, you go there. There's that. I think that's okay. I wonder if there's any potential to have a scaling regular mode that includes some number of plus shops like Soul Savior. Yeah, I don't really know. I'd love to do the glow up, but I think we have to do that. Oh, and I could have spent the forge points, but whatever. He just barely survived, but then he has a bunch of regen, and it's all good. I do actually want to take the Vengeful Shard damage, so I'm gonna not play the Salvage, just because I want the gold. But that's probably just extra variance for the sake of it, so I mean, to some degree, yeah. But it's fine to desire extra variance. Anyways, we're putting that on her. It'll be grand and wonderful. Basically, she's just going to be building up regen for the boss. Then we'll finally get rid of a calcified ember. Okay, at least we got rid of your frontliner. Because if I let the flagellant through, that's really bad. But luckily, we don't have to. So that's fine. We are still going to take some damage, but it's a lot better than taking more damage. And yes, I am wholly underutilizing the Spore Launcher, but here we are. Great. This is a disappointing hand. It's like the idea of the plus shops, but they really don't fit into normal gameplay loop. Yeah, it would be hard to make them work. Like, I'm sure there are ways you could do it, but I mean, like, the most obvious way would be something similar to... God, this is why it sucks to let these guys survive. And why I should have been letting the Spore Launcher kill them. Because I do end up getting, like, less rallies because of it, basically. Yeah, God, what a terrible draw. I mean, it's fine. We're still getting decent rallies, and I can afford the HP loss and all that. But here we are. Anyways, kind of the easiest way they could incorporate the enhanced shops would probably be to do something similar to the shards in Monster Train 1, where you pay some number of shards to, you know, get increased shop access. But there's a lot of people who didn't like the shards in Monster Train 1. I think on the whole they're in the minority, but they're a fairly vocal minority, and fair enough. Kind of want Racking Pain here. I will note, I do have pretty poor rallying right now, but fine. Pyre Shot's also kind of cute. Especially because it does work with the burst, but I don't actually want that. Anyways, Urzel's Hammer is maybe the right choice here, but I'm just going to skip. Cluster Kernel is disappointing. Puffball is good, but we're not going to worry about it. And we have to take capacity because I kind of fucked up. I don't know, weirdly we're gonna go here, I guess. Yeah, Carriage Jack was something I was hoping for. As is Twisting Mycelium. Fine, I'll buy that too, even though it bankrupts me. I do want Hiveminder 2 so we can start getting HP, but I think we're just going to take Headsman right now for the trample. I think that matters a lot less now that I have the Spore Launcher, but still. I mean, I don't have Consume cards, really, so we're not going to worry about that. Okay. We should be in pretty decent shape now. Because now we can fit all of our friends on the same floor, and I still have extra deployment ember for that. And we summon fungi every turn, which is not bad. Alright. I really wish I could get one ember from eating the Renovate, but I can't. So let's go ahead and do that. You're technically not dead, but you're basically dead. Like, yeah, sure, he's technically alive, but he has 35 decay on him, so that's okay. Yeah, I don't really need to smelt the Loam Coat, so let's not. Yes, look at us go. The trample is sort of unnecessary. Yeah, unfortunately, I have no way to get that. Since I'm already killing things with the decay from the Spore Launcher, but it does work out well regardless. Well, once again, I'll let myself take the damage. I just do want the gold. I don't care about the HP right now. Like, yes, technically I need to hold on to some amount of HP for later, but the amount that we care about that is not high. Under Legion is so funny with all its triggers. I really like Under Legion as a clan. I think they're just a lot of fun. Definitely still my favorite Monster Train 2 clan. And maybe my second favorite clan overall. I will say Banished has also grown on me a fair bit. From like my first impressions. My first impressions of Banished were that they were a little bit too basic, but I think there's a lot of fun nuance to them. I mean, Mushroom Cloud is honestly not bad, even if it's not a card I take that often. Cheery Deathcap is a cool card that is difficult to utilize in Under Legion because of the aforementioned capacity issues. Yeah, I'll skip on the Mushroom Cloud, though it's fine. I mean, Pyroplating is good, but I'm just not going to worry about it. God, I really should go to the left. I kind of want to go looking for more artifacts. Just because there are a number of very good ones for me. Namely, what we'd be hoping to see is, like, Ever-Turning Soil. But in particular, Sap Suckling, Spring, and, like, World-Ending Strain. I mean, there's other things too, but those would all be nice. Cheery Deathcap feels kind of like an imp in that it's a one capacity unit with an effect on its own. I mean, yeah, absolutely, it's meant to feel like that. For Monster Train 2 clans, it's between Lazarus and Under Legion for me. A lot of goofy shenanigans you can get into with Lazarus. Yeah, that's fair. I normally do call them like my second favorite mechanically of the the Monster Train 2 clans. Definitely visually, I like them a lot less, but mechanically, Lazarus is a lot of fun. I do wish that Test Subject Alpha wasn't a quick sweep unit. I think on the whole, Monster Train 2 did a good job of making sweep a lot less prevalent. And then still, instead, there's this one quick sweep uncommon unit. I don't know. It just kind of annoys me. It's not a big deal, but like, there's still plenty of other good things you can do in Lazarus. I would say, actually, my bigger problem with Lazarus is probably just that, not entirely sure why I'm opening up the logbook here, but I like to bring it up while I'm talking so I can think a little better and show off what I'm talking about. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is, I think that Reanimate is probably a little too easily accessible in the clan. It's just... So, like... In particular, it leads to some weird situations. Number one, the clan also has access to lifesteal, and it's very clear that the idea is that, like, you survive a lethal hit with reanimate, and then you're meant to heal back up with lifesteal, and so you're meant to strike this balance between them. In practice, though, that basically just doesn't matter because it's so much more effective most of the time to just stack a bunch of reanimate and then just tank every hit with reanimate, and so you don't need the lifesteal at all. And also, half the time, you don't want to heal with the lifesteal anyways. Also, they have a bunch of, like, Spikes cards. And, like, they're pretty cool Spikes cards. I actually do like some of the things they've got access to. Like, I think Faulty Body's pretty cool. I like the way that the Spikes combo with Reanimate to keep you alive through otherwise lethal hits. They've got, like, Puffer Flash, yada yada. Like, they've got this whole, like, Spike gimmick. But in practice, it is just, like, by far the weakest thing they can be doing. At least if you're focusing on it. And even if you aren't focusing on it, it still ends up feeling largely unnecessary because they already have access to a bunch of other AoE damage. Like, they have access to Unstable, which does damage to the entire floor, whether you're putting it on enemies or on your allies, both of which are very viable. And then they also have Test Subject Alpha, which is, you know, a quick sweep unit, and they have multiple ways to buff it. Plus, they also have Trample in Clan as well. You know, and they also even have other tools like Surgical Strike, which is, you know, also good at just wiping out, like, low health enemies. Like, point is, they have so many other ways to do the same job as Spikes, but generally being much stronger at it. Yeah, I think Underlegion is the best thematic clan pretty easily. Test Subject Alpha Twisted Back wins do get repetitive. I often get disappointed when that combo is offered since the runs start feeling the same. I would say just stop picking that when it shows up. I will say I do think that's a little too easily accessible. Also, I think people over-centralize on that specific combo. Like, Test Subject Alpha is strong regardless of Twisted Back. Because there are plenty of ways, even just in Lazarus, to buff Test Subject Alpha. And the fact that it has quick buy base makes it much easier to get other upgrades on it. In particular, as well, it's also in clan with a champion that has multiple ways to heavily buff. Actually, both champions can heavily buff Test Subject Alpha, but Grail in particular can, like, really easily buff it up. And so, like, there's just a lot of ways to utilize the quick sweep from Test Subject Alpha. And so, like, yes, the trample from Twisted Back is good, but that's not the only thing that causes a problem with Test Subject Alpha. It definitely deserved the nerf to 3 cost. I know the balance with assistant equipment is that you have to draw the assistant first. Yeah, I mean, that is part of it. There is some gameplay, but I agree that it's still a bit too strong even with that restriction. Yeah, the armor and lifesteal and reanimate cards are pretty underwhelming with the usual strats. See the intent, but it just doesn't play out. Like, again, you can make it work, and I do think those decks are fun, but, and mind you, if we were dealing with, like, Monster Train 1, like, numbers with enemies, i.e. where the highest health you have to deal with is, like, 200 to 300 instead of 500, then Spikes would feel a lot more meaningful. And, like, you can get your Spikes high enough for that to matter. And obviously you can also, like, combine the Spikes with other things. But it just, ultimately it ends up feeling like the weakest thing Lazarus can be doing, despite how many cards in the clan are devoted to Spikes. My favorite Monster Train 2 sweep is Iron Tongue. The fixed 30 damage is an interesting balance method. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I think Iron Tongue is a good... It's like the best version they could have made for a sweep equipment. Because, like, anything that just, like, gave sweep unconditionally is just way too strong. And even something that just, like, reduces their attack or, like, makes them fragile is still too easy to overcome for the most part. And whereas the, like, 30 attack cap, and it being a hard cap in particular, does create a number of interesting choices and situations where it's often not worth picking up, or like worth picking up in a very particular way. Anyways, I think it's a good equipment. In general, I honestly wish they just gotten rid of sweep on a number of the Monster Train 1 cards. Like, I know there would have been riots, and I'm pretty sure that's why they didn't want to do it. But, like, I really think they should have gotten rid of sweep on, like, Cold Kalia and Icy Silophyte, for instance. Like, Stygian, as a clan, has no ways to buff their attack anyways. Like, it is not that valuable to Stygian as a clan that they have sweep. Obviously, you have access to your ally and all that. But, like, literally for years, since Monster Train 1, their whole strike effect has basically been irrelevant just because they have the sweep tag on them. Like, I think you could do some more interesting, cool things with these units if you just got rid of the sweep on them and actually focused on, you know, like Cold Kalia, creating Frostbite on the enemy floor. Or, you know, Icy Silophyte, creating spell weakness. But instead, they have sweep, which makes their on-strike effects largely irrelevant. Not sure if this is a hot take or not, but Pincushion thematically feels like it should be permascaling spikes. I don't know that I would say thematically. I mean, the name, yes, sort of works for that, but it also works with how it currently is, kind of. I don't know. I don't know that it would be... Let me take a step back. I don't think it would be good to have it scale spikes permanently, because that is encroaching upon Little Icarus's whole deal. And, like, we don't need a banner unit that is copying that, basically. Obviously, they work a little differently, because you'd be scaling them in different ways. But still, I think that would be just too much overlap. Also, I think there's some real concern about that being too strong, because you can read scaling spikes as essentially being unlimited multi-strike that is also scaling attack at the same time. It's not exactly that, of course, but it's close enough that that is a concern, and why that is limited to Fade currently. And it has some real restrictions on using it. I wonder how interesting it'd be if they were action triggers instead of sweep. Maybe with higher numeric effects to compensate for multi-strike not helping it, or activate abilities. I can see something like cooldown 2, apply Frostbite to all enemies more than the current 6. Glareminder was converted from a sweeper to an ability. Yeah, and again, I feel like Glareminder is a great example of, like, what you can do when you are willing to change the, like, core identity of a card. Because, like, and I think I'm pretty justified in this, because the reception to the reworked Wormkin cards has been very positive. Basically, everyone has been positive about, like, reworked Glugsider and Glareminder in particular, even though they're vastly different cards than they were in Monster Train 1. But, like, very few people care that they changed, because the end result is that they are actual cool, meaningful cards now. And so I feel like they should have been willing to do that with Cold Kalia and Icy Silophyte and some other cards. I get that there are other realities involved as well. Like, obviously, they probably didn't want to spend as much, like, dev time on cards that are more or less functional as is. But I still wish they'd been willing to do that. I just feel like you're jamming weapons into a big goopy boy, it feels like it makes more sense that hitting him would be damaging the enemy. But, like, totally agree that balancing him in that way could be a problem. Yeah, I mean, I get the feeling that from the art, it was probably originally meant that Pincushion would scale on, like, infusions rather than on weapons. Because you can see all the injectors sticking out of his skin. So I would not be surprised if that changed design intent at some point. But regardless, yeah, from a balancing perspective and for encroaching on Fade's design, I don't think it would be good for it to actually do that. Monster Train 1 clan inclusions felt initially rushed for sure. Most of the changes happened post-release. At first, they didn't even have abilities or rooms. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine for them not to have abilities or rooms originally. And I am admittedly limited in what I can say here since I am one of the testers for the game. But yeah, I agree that the implementation felt rushed. Or not necessarily rushed, but it felt like they didn't get nearly as much attention as they perhaps should have gotten. I get the impression Monster Train 2 clans were designed standalone. Most of the Monster Train 1 mechanics were brought back in some clan or another, like a little regen in Under Legion, a little spikes in Lazarus. Then they probably realized this is a game is about 2 clan synergy. Let's include the old clans for many more possible synergy. I don't know that that's correct. Like, it's not that weird for them to reuse mechanics. Like, it's very difficult to make, like, 15 fully new mechanics or whatever, because every clan averages about 3 mechanics. It makes sense to reuse keywords and triggers and mechanics from other clans and recontextualize them like they did. And I think they did a good job with that with the Monster Train 2 clans. I think it's much more reasonable that they probably viewed them as more of a bonus and thought that was sufficient. I don't know for sure if that's the case, but I think it probably was made clear to them upon release that people did want more attention on the Monster Train 1 clans. Because, like, even with the cool new Monster Train 2 clans, everyone's going to have their own favorite clans. And, like, some people are still going to have Monster Train 1 clans as their favorite clans, both for, like, gameplay reasons and, like, thematic reasons. And so, like, it's perfectly reasonable that they would expect some attention to be given to their favorite clans to bring them up to parity. It's like in Magic, if a new set released and there were just no black cards. Like, that would be extraordinarily weird for just, like, no cards of one color / archetype to be in the game whatsoever. Like, there's an expectation that everyone's favorite, like, clan, more or less, is going to get represented and get attention in every set. I feel like the old clans are in a much better place now, though. Their new equipment and rooms add a good bit of life to them. Oh, for sure. Like, the updates that have been done to the Monster Train 1 clans have helped them dramatically. Like, just a variety of just, like, numbers adjustments did a wonder for them, but also giving, like, abilities to Queen and Rector and things like that really helped. Reworking Reaper to not be so terrible was also quite appreciated. And then, yes, the new equipment and rooms also are quite useful for the clans. Especially because they, for the most part, reworked bad or at least underperforming cards into something that is, like, directly useful for the clan. Anyways, at some point I will actually play the rest of this run. I like talking about these things, so forgive me if you don't like the long break since we had the last battle. But, like, I like talking design, and obviously I love Monster Train. I wouldn't play it as much as I do if I didn't. Oh. I think the one that feels most out of place is Frostbite appearing exclusively on one infusion. That doesn't feel too weird to me. I mean, the bigger thing is mostly just that Decay, I think, encroaches upon Frostbite too much in general. It's clear that, like, the design idea of them is that Decay is meant to do more upfront damage, but Decay faster. But without it... So, like, there are other games that I've played, other deck builders, where they'll have a status ailment that, like, does damage over time, and then, like, halves its stacks at end of turn. And so if Decay were something like that, where it literally halved its stacks instead of just reducing by 1 at end of turn, that would make more sense to me for that sort of, like, design, where Frostbite is meant to be consistent damage over turns, and Decay is meant to be more upfront damage that reduces faster. But it doesn't, so I don't know. Among old cards that weren't reworked, Cycle of Life still stands out to me. 3 cost, 10 HP, and 8 spikes. So people bring up Cycle of Life all the time, and admittedly it's not my favorite card, but I do think people are really undervaluing what it does. And I think this was true in Monster Train 1 as well as Monster Train 2. Like, Monster Train 1, I used it all the time because increasing max HP by 10 is not a bad effect. Like, you know, I'm happy to take that on, like, Echo Infusion. Although Echo Infusion got bumped up to 15, yada yada, I'm aware. But, like, you know, consider a couple things with Cycle of Life. Like, max HP increasing is more valuable on its own than a lot of people are giving it credit for. Because it means that it is not just 10 extra defense, but it is 10 extra defense that can be refreshed with healing. Also works very well with regen. Also works with Endless or Reform. Like, that 10 HP can carry over to be effectively a lot more than just 10 HP. And pretty easily can carry over. More than that, 8 spikes might not sound like a lot, but when you are dealing with the waves of Monster Train 2 that range in most fights from like 5 to 7 units, 8 spikes represents like 35 extra damage from a single cast, and is enough to kill many backline units just from this one card. Like, consider the effort that people will put into killing backline enemies. Like, people are generally pretty happy to put, like, plus 10 magic power and holdover on, like, Glimmer, so that it can do 15 damage, or 13 damage a turn, and kill all backliners. Where it's like a single cast of Cycle of Life does basically the same thing. Obviously, there's a little nuance to it, like they don't have to wait for them to attack, yada yada yada. I know I'm simplifying it a bit, but the point is, 8 spikes does more than it initially looks like it's doing. Plus, you can keep playing it, you can also double stack it, you can make it 16 spikes. As Janks pointed out, it also is pretty helpful for Relentless for a lot of things. Like, it is a decent card. Again, I personally don't like using all that much just because it doesn't fit into my playstyle that much, but there are a lot of ways to use Cycle of Life well. Even if people like to meme on it all the time and act like it is a terrible card. Like, I'm not going to defend it and say it's like a top tier card, best in the game or anything like that. There's at least one player I know who would make those arguments. And he's a good player, like, don't get me wrong. But it's certainly not my favorite card. But it is a lot better than people act like it is. Similar to Pyre Blooded, which I regularly get. I am regularly annoyed that people still act like it is one of the worst cards in the game. And, like, I've stopped having those arguments with people because it makes me feel crazy. Same with talking about Demonic Fledgling, where it's just like, Whatever. We're not getting into this right now. We've talked about enough things already. Echo Infusion, even if it were still 10, is more spammable since it's low cost. No cost if it happens to get infused. Yeah, but again, you are missing out on the essentially like extra damage scaling that Cycle of Life is giving you. And also, there is a very real cost to it having extract on it. Even when it is infused, that makes it at best charge neutral rather than charge positive. And if you are playing Wormkin, there is some real value to having things be charge positive, not be charge neutral. People argue that. Yeah, there's a non-small contingent of people that act like, who literally will tell you that Demonic Fledgling is the worst unit in the game. Like, unironically, that is what they will claim. And similarly, they will claim that Pyre Blooded is just a terrible, worthless card that requires monumental investment to work. Which is just not true. Like, just flat out untrue. And it serves a very real, useful purpose in Pyreborn, in that it overcomes one of their biggest weaknesses, which is like sap. Because, like, one thing that Pyreborn does really well is they set up temporary power with Pyre Gel. But they have no ways in Clan outside of, like, Greed Dragon to actually increase their attack. Again, obviously, you have access to your ally clan as well. But the point is, they're very limited on attack scaling. And so, like, if their attack starts dropping, they can't proc the Pyre Gel. And so they are much weaker to bosses like Ajax. Meanwhile, Pyre-Blooded, and not just Ajax, they're also weak to, like, bad draws, kind of. In that, like, if you have inconsistent Pyre-Gel generation or inconsistent other things, you can end up with turns where you're not able to kill enemies and you start leaking. Point is, Pyre-Blooded, one capacity, one cost unit that has built-in attack scaling. That's good. Like, just flat out, that's a good unit right there. Plus, there are a lot of ways in Pyre-Blooded to very quickly raise its attack. Obviously, it really shines when you are duping the unit and you're putting multiple of them on the floor together. And I do feel like that's probably something that a lot of players are not doing, even though it seems like an obvious thing to me. But yes. Anyways, people do act like it is a insanely bad card. It's a one cost, one capacity unit with some scaling. Doesn't necessarily feel like a carry, since if you're adding enough Pyre Gel for it to carry, you probably win anyway, but it's a niche. So, part of my point with it is you don't need that much Pyre Gel for it to be good. Like, even a single lava flow or, like, a single lava armor, like, is enough to generate a fair bit of Pyre Gel for it to scale from. Similarly, even just having, like, Flaming Talons and Hellfire Bellows means that enemies will reach top floor with 6 Pyre Gel each, and again, when there's, like, 7 enemies on the floor, that is a pretty hefty bit of scaling for a single activation. And that's, like, with the most minor investment of resources. Demonic Fledgling, the one that has shift and strike triggers. That's one of the worst units according to the masses. Yep. That is, and it is at least in part because one streamer has made that judgment and they're fairly popular. But yeah. People hate on Demonic Fledgling all the time. Mostly because they act like it is very frail. I can't spell today. But, like, yes, 10 HP is not a lot, but you're in clan with a variety of defensive tools, namely damage shield, plus you have shift, so you don't necessarily have to leave it in front, plus it's okay to put a defensive upgrade on it. Like, I don't know. People sometimes drive me crazy with this game. Perhaps it's the same streamer that said Pyre of Savagery is the worst Pyre. It may or may not be that same person. But anyways, I think just in general, people act like units need to be fully self-contained. Because, like, you know, you hear the same sorts of arguments with, like, Vanguardian Fel. Where people are like, she's worthless because you can't keep her alive because she doesn't have Titanite, and she's too little HP. And it's like, okay, but you can also just give her Valor. You can give her HP, you can give her damage shields, you can use the tools that are available to your clan, and in exchange, she converts defensive scaling into offensive scaling for your entire team. Like, I think that's reasonable. A champion that gives such strong scaling should not be so self-contained that you don't have to invest in their gimmick at all. Like, it's good for the game that you have to build around a gimmick for it to, like, show its full potential. And yet people act like everything in the game needs to be self-contained or it's worthless. Anyways, we've had a long bit of ranting, but let's actually play some things. We're going here. We'll figure out what we actually do here. Holdover, pretty happy with that. And let's see if we can get Spell Chain, I guess. No, I mean the Intrinsic is okay. I'm probably pretty happy with just Intrinsic and Holdover. Sure, that's fine. And then we get Glow Up number 2. And I will finally play more of the run. Again, apologies to anyone who doesn't want to sit here and hear me rant about everything, but, you know, that is just kind of who I am. Alright, we do this in the correct order. Alright, these guys do kind of hurt as they murder the fun guys, but it should be okay, especially since we're gaining extra HP off of the Inoki. Come on, there we go. I really need to replace this mouse at some point and keep putting that off, but here we are. The rants are part of the experience. I mean, I certainly think so. And I appreciate that you guys enjoy it. Because, you know, talking about the game and about design is part of what I like about streaming with you guys. So, but I do at least try to keep gameplay going most of the time. So, here we are. The thing was, I was watching a streamer that said that about that Pyre, and I was thinking that he's an expert in strategy games as a whole, but after watching more of his streams Monster Train 2, I just stopped watching him as I felt more of a variety hype streamer posing as an expert. Like, I don't want to say bad things about him or anything, and, like, I don't watch his streams, so I can't, like, comment, you know, authoritatively on his opinions, but I do know Monster Train very well. Like, I can confidently say that I am an authority on Monster Train at this point. Yeah, we probably want to stop taking the eventual short damage. To be honest, I'm not a fan of rants. However, I am a fan of game design analysis. Well, I'm glad you can appreciate it regardless. I'm trying to think what feels like the worst unit. I can't name anything, which is probably a good thing. I can tell you right now, it's Emberforge. Hands down, it's Emberforge. Spike of the Legion is fine. Pandemic is good, but less good for us here. Do I actually want Spike of the Legion? I find that unlikely. Let's just not worry about it. Sentry turret's cute. Trap shoot is not bad. We are going to have some problem with... yeah, I'll take Trap Shoot, I guess. It's not really necessary, but I've got extra Ember, and I'm going to a Merchant of Arms right here and now. Sadly, can't really use that Mitosis Cap. I mean, Assembly Room is good, but we're just not going to worry about it. We are going to Deployable Disc, for reasons. It's not perfect, but that's okay. It buys me a bit of time, and that's okay. We're going to get rid of the Renovates, finally, because they do nothing for me. Like, if you want to talk worst, like, banner unit, it's a bit of a different story, but yeah, like, Ember Forge is the worst unit. It just is. Like, most other units in the game serve a pretty decent purpose. But Ember Forge just doesn't. As far as, like, worst banner unit, not actually sure offhand what I would put there. I would say maybe... I mean, like, Balm of Bellow is not great, but it's weird. It's a weird niche card. And also, I put a little less stock in rares since they show up so much less frequently that I think it's fine to evaluate them differently. I think maybe Cluster Kernel belongs on that list. Although I know people, like, really overvalue Cluster Kernel. Yeah, I don't personally use Hulking Mass all that often, but it's fine. Oh, Spike Driver Factory is also pretty terrible. Still better than Ember Forge, though. Yeah. Wildwood Custodian, also kind of bad. But it's not actually terrible, it's just kind of awkward to use. Crucible Warden, Crucible Collector, Particular Collector also aren't great. Warden at least gets damage shields, which are quite nice. I don't particularly like Current Shadow Siege all that much, but it's whatever. But yeah, outside of that, it's, you know, most units are in a pretty good shape. Which, like, you know, makes sense. There are a number of us who have fought for a long time to, like, try to carve out a niche for every unit. And every card. And I think, for the most part, most things are in a pretty good shape these days. I think there's a couple units that probably deserve some adjustments currently, like Horned Warrior, I think, is now a bit lacking. Since, with the buffs to Animus of Will, where it is now the same HP and just 12 attack less with an extra attack, I think Horned Warrior probably needs to at least do more damage by base, particularly with the increase to enemies. Like, this made a little more sense in a world where Animus of Will had 3 HP at base, and enemy HP was like 40% at least lower on average. But now with the increased HP, the better scaling of Animus of Will really matters a lot more. And also, it doesn't even have the 3 HP that it used to have. And so, Horned Warrior basically just feels dramatically worse. I did recently have a run with Paraffin Enforcer scaling Lady of the House with some filler drakes in the back and Wax and Spike keeping me alive. I mean, yeah, Paraffin Enforcer is good. It's a great unit. Lady of the House also is quite good now. I love the change to Lady of the House. It's such like a simple change, but it took it from being a terrible kind of waste of space unit to being a legitimately great unit for the clan. And just like another avenue for playing the clan, and it just combos very well with a bunch of existing cards. Really appreciate the change to Lady of the House. For me, the worst thing about the rants is that Sal is not playing 4X strategy games. I'd love to hear that in-depth analysis rant about their design decisions as well. Yeah, I've never gotten into 4X strategy games. I would probably enjoy them if I actually like sat down and learned them and all that, but like I do like strategy games quite a bit in all sorts of ways, but I've just never gotten into 4X games. Cluster Kernel reads so well, but it just doesn't do anything. Yeah, so, you know, I've ranted about this before, and not to keep derailing this run even further, but bear with me. Again, I've made this rant before, but I can't count the number of times that I've heard people say something to the effect of, I lost this run because I wasn't offered Cluster Kernel. And I think that's a just kind of fundamental misunderstanding of how you should be playing Under Legion. Like, yes, the spawn is nice, and yes, there are situations where Cluster Kernel can feel okay. But again, for how like hungry for capacity and deployment Ember Under Legion is, I basically never want to be playing Cluster Kernel instead of something else. Like, yes, you can put it on a higher floor and just kind of leave it be, but A, that still is kind of a waste of your deployment Ember, and B, that doesn't really work into the Titans where, unless you are investing in the Cluster Kernel will still just like die turn 1, or the fun guys will die each turn. Either way, not actually doing anything meaningful for you. Cluster Kernel seems nice as a reliable rally that doesn't require playing cards, question mark. It does feel a little high cost for that, though, at 2 Ember, 2 capacity. I'm not sure what 10 armor is supposed to do on it. I think the 10 armor there is mostly just thematic, since you can see that it's wearing armor. 2 energy, 2 capacity takes a full turn to do anything. Oof. Yeah, I think that's a generally decent way to sum it up. In particular, so one of the things that people point to all the time is they point to like Cluster Kernel comboed with Spore Launcher being like a bread and butter combo. And the problem is, let's actually look at that for a moment. So like, yeah, Spore Launcher is real good. And you would think that having reliable rallies every turn would also be good with Spore Launcher. The problem is that you don't get the rally until the end of the turn. And so that means that you're not benefiting from the fungi stats mid-turn, you're not benefiting from them serving as like a chump blocker, you're not getting the extra damage from them, yada yada yada. More to the point though, the rallies from Cluster Kernel happen after Decay is already procced for the turn. And so even though you are applying Decay with the Spore Launcher, you are not actually getting the damage from the Spore Launcher on that floor. So you have to wait until the next floor for it to deal any damage with that. Which, A, 4 rallies a turn is not actually that large, and you can do just way better rallying with other things. Obviously, they're not mutually exclusive, but still, bear with me. And B, missing out on that damage, like a full turn's worth of decay procs, is like really bad. It means that if you have units on another floor, they still have to weather the attacks from those units before they die. It means that you are getting a full turn's less of procs of decay before they reach the pyre. And more to the point, you can just use that deployment Ember on better things. Like you could just play a second Spore Launcher in their place. Obviously, you need the capacity for that, but I would still basically in every situation rather build around just putting a second Spore Launcher on that floor over the Cluster Kernel. Are you saying that the Cluster Kernel needs to trigger more like the turret? I mean, the one thing that would make Cluster Kernel dramatically better is just changing it to start of turn. Like, that would make it a lot better. I still wouldn't use it all that often, but that would make it dramatically better. since it would cut out all of those problems. You would get the fungi before the start of the turn. You would get to block with them rather than having your units be fully exposed for the turn. Like, you would get the extra attack from the fungi. You would get the rally procs before things mattered. But, like, Cluster Kernel is just slow, doesn't contribute, like, anything on its own, and takes up 2 capacity and 2 Ember. That's a lot to ask for what it's actually doing for you. Action Spawn 4 would be a nice buff given the decay timing. Action Spawn 4 would also make it a lot better, because that would also mean that it would proc every round in Relentless, which is too much, because there are a lot of bosses that would get soft locked by that. Because it would immediately create a fungi, they'd kill the fungi, it would create a fungi, they'd kill the fungi, yada yada yada. And they would never actually get to kill your units. So it can't really be action, but being start of turn would at least, like, make it better. But even then, like, there's lots of ways to achieve good amounts of rallies in the clan. The point is you need the rallies to actually, like, do something. And so I'd rather have another rally unit rather than the Cluster Kernel. Or I would rather have, like, Squad Leader to make the fungi themselves more threatening. Or I would rather have, like, an off-clan unit to help do something better. Like, there are just so many better things you could be putting down in that space instead of Cluster Kernel. I forget, is there a keyword for start of turn? Yes. Yes, there is. I.e., it's technically not keyworded on this artifact, but, like, for instance, Twisting Mycelium is on turn start, spawn 1. Like, it definitely could be done. I think start of turn itself, a keyword, but action is mostly the same aside from not working with days. Well, the big difference with action is that it applies to every round of combat. Also, we weren't supposed to play him first. It's been so long since I was in combat that I forgot that I need to play Bullet first. Okay. Don't have enough capacity or deployment ember for one of those guys now, but not that big a deal. Okay, we'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of that. Oh, wrong order, because what we're supposed to do is this. Also, I should have used the forge points. Not a big deal. Strike spawn 4 could be interesting too, but I think that wouldn't fit under Legion's theming. They feel designed to not benefit from multi-striking shops. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that would be an okay option, and it would certainly make Cluster Kernel better, but it does not feel thematically appropriate. Life Mother is a start of turn effect that reduces days. Technically, that's even weirder because it's not a start of turn effect. It's start of enemy turn. Which is its own distinct thing as well. But anyways, like, yes, Cluster Kernel, I see why people gravitate to it, but I think in actual practice, it just does not do enough to justify the resources they have to devote to it. Hey, look. Let's daze you again. Turns out, being able to daze bosses and descend them is pretty useful. We need a way to avoid this way to invalidate our new boss. Yeah, it does feel weird that Life Mother dodges daze like that. Like, I get it. And it does make more sense for Soul Savior just because it's so much easier to generate much higher numbers of days. but it still feels bizarre. Similar to Entropy the Titan just not letting you daze it at all, which still irks me that that's the case. That one just really feels kind of egregious that there's no real reason you shouldn't be allowed to daze Entropy. Especially because most clans don't have access to daze to begin with. It just feels really weird that they're like, oh, just for whatever reason, can't daze this one. I was considering taking Ember. I think we're taking Draw, though. I do kind of just want to dupe. I honestly maybe just go for the dupe. I kind of want to... So, I was going to go Merchant of Magic, but just making another glow up is, like, legitimately pretty good for me. And, like, the only thing I'd be doing at the Merchant of Magic would be just reducing the cost of the Eager Conscripts. I really have not drafted many cards, because I did whiff on, like, all of the spawn cards. And the glow up is doing work for me, so you know what? We'll just go to the left here. I do not need those. We are going to have problems with Savagery, kind of. We might be fine. Either we're gonna do Hivebinder 2, though it's a bit late to be doing that. That's fine. Oh, yeah, we'll just go ahead and do this. I forgot that this was an option. It's not perfect, but it is very viable for solving our problems. Feels like the no dazing Entropy was a reaction to how much daze just outright shut down Divinity in the first game. So, I don't think that's a problem, though. Especially because Divinity being... Like, Divinity is not the major focus of the Divinity fight. But more than anything, I feel you should be allowed to use the tools of your clan against the enemies you're facing, essentially. Because basically everywhere else in the game you are allowed to do that. And so it feels weird that when your clan has access to daze, you are suddenly not actually allowed to use it as your primary defensive tool in the Titan fight. And I get that maybe some of the design there is to encourage you to have a more rounded deck, since that seems sort of to be one of the identities of the Titan fight, that they want you to be able to handle multiple different things. Like, similarly, stealth also runs into issues in the Titan fight, since you have to deal with the corruption on your frontmost unit, and so, you know, you can have a unit that is fine from enemy attacks, but is dying to the corruption regardless. But anyways, I don't think that's well executed in the Divinity or in the Titan fight, even if that is the general idea. And no, we're not gonna let that guy escape. This is the other reason that we took the trap shoot. Not that this would be a problem if I hadn't also taken the Heaven Seal trial, but we did, because we take every trial. That's just the kind of person we are. Titan Battle, meanwhile, doesn't focus on the wave. Seraphs are more dangerous. Yeah, I would sort of argue that the Titan fight doesn't focus on anything, because the only, like, strong attacker in that fight is basically Savagery, and very few things about that fight matter. but that's a whole separate complaint. It focuses on pyre health. I mean, yes, but that's a bad thing for it to focus on. And I feel like because that's what it focuses on, it sacrifices so many other things to do it. I mean, Mulch isn't bad, but I'm just gonna skip it anyways. Pretty sure we're just going here and we're gonna dupe the glow up. I kind of want to go here looking for void armament for Bullet. Like, we'd have to merge it with the dagger, which is a little bit of a problem for us. We'll just go here. That's fine. I wish it'd focus more on ways to damage Dominion. It's interesting having a boss in the Pyre Room, but not all clans have ways to deal with that. Yeah, and then they even go out of their way to put multiple spell shields on Dominion to even further make actually attempting to harm Dominion worthless. Like, I think it's cute that Dominion is in the Pyre. I think in practice, it does not work well. In particular, I think the Pyre Lights end up being a very poor band-aid to the problem. Because it's clear that they were like, oh, let's put Dominion in the Pyre. That'll be cute and it'll be interesting. Oh, Dominion is not engaging enough. We need a way for every clan and every run to engage with Dominion and make it meaningful to hurt him. So, let's have him make a Pyre Light every turn. So then you can play the Pyre Light, and as long as you're willing to, like, pay the tax for the Pyre Light, you're going to kill Dominion faster. But then it looks like Dominion's probably dying too fast. And so I imagine they probably then bumped up Dominion's health to compensate, but then it means that the Pyre Light isn't like a choice. It's basically a requirement. Otherwise, the fight takes like 20 turns, and that's just dumb. Similarly, I imagine that the spell shields were also added because it was just like too easy to hurt Dominion, and that probably made more sense when it had lower HP. But now, at the high HP, it's basically just not worth knocking off the damage shields or the spell shields most of the time, because killing him with the Pyre Lights is just the most efficient way, and you can just put all your resources to killing Savagery and Entropy, so you just always kill them at the same time anyways. I don't think it's a great design. Oh. I don't think we really care about Spotted Spore. I'm just going to buy it because we don't have many other things to do. The Burst is actually vaguely helpful for me. I'll take that. And then we get rid of some salvages. Could also get rid of a Shield Steward now that I don't have enough to play them, but the Shield Stewards at least, like, consume when I play them. It also doesn't matter, I'm basically just going to draw the same 5 cards every turn. Well, I'm going to draw slightly more, but I'm basically just going to play out the glow-ups every turn. And then we'll give you HP. I could give you Burst as well, I'm not even going to bother. I probably should, but I'm not going to bother. It's especially weird because it's Dominion itself generating the Pyre Lights. You don't get any if it's dazed. Why does it generate cards to damage itself? Yes, thematically that's weird, and gameplay-wise, that's also weird. Oops. Wrong order. And it does absolutely frustrate me that that's the case. Because it really should just be that, like, the Pyre is generating it, or that they give you, like, an extra artifact that does it. Because gameplay-wise, it's awful that, I actually should have Bullet up front. My bad. It doesn't matter a ton, but it does maybe matter slightly. Bear with me, we'll eventually get this right. I thought I had enough Deployment Ember. to be also playing out one of these. Am I crazy? I guess I am. I, for some reason, thought I had enough, though. Yeah, I guess I don't. I mean, I could just, like, not play the Inoki. The only concern is, like, I'm not sure I can handle him being on this floor on turn 1. I mean, I should be fine. I mean, you can see right now that I am. Partly because I have the burst, and so I'm able to easily murder these guys. Anyways, it's fine. We'll deal with it. It's all good. Actually, I wonder how interesting it'd be if Curse of Entropy and Pyrolite were merged together somehow with a lower Dominion HP. Not sure how such a card would be themed, but it'd be an interesting trade-off if you're sapping or owning us to hit Dominion instead. Could be portrayed as the unit, as the Pyre drawing strength from the units. I don't think that necessarily needs to be like merging those two together. I think we're just going to move Bullet up front so that we don't have to lose the Fungi, so we don't have to lose the Loam Coat yet. But anyways, I have made the argument before that the Pyrolite should be changed to, instead of doing damage to Dominion, or specifically having the Pyre attack immediately, it should be changed to something like gives corruption to your unit in exchange for putting like a damage shield on the Pyre. Because then you could lower Dominion's HP to compensate, and then you could just do very different things with the fight. And it would be a lot less frustrating in a lot of ways. Anyways, we are now rather strong. Bullet is certainly not the strongest we've ever seen a Bullet be, but, you know, we're working on it. And we apply Decay, and we've got Regen stacking up on everyone. We can handle the damage coming in. And we got rid of the melee weakness on everyone effectively, and we even dazed him occasionally now. How long has this run taken? I feel like the Ranciv might have set a record. I don't know if it's a record, but this run has definitely taken quite a while on its own. Pyrolite could have been implemented as a room ability, actually, though those didn't exist before 2.0. Yeah, I mean, sort of, but also, you know, you'd have to make it be meaningful for it to be a room, rather than just a button you click every single turn. Which, like, you could do that, but it becomes irritating for a lot of players for that to be a thing. Okay, we'll do that just so I can avoid the Pyre damage, even though we don't get quite as strong Bullet doing it this way. But that's okay. But, like, anyways, if you do have the, if you make it into a room ability, and if it is activating every turn, then it begs the question, why is it not just an automatic effect at that point? Like, why is it a room ability at all instead of just something that happens every turn? But anyways, yeah, it is bad that the Pyrolite comes from Dominion. It's very frustrating that one of the very few ways to defend against Dominion ends up causing you problems. I think that's just not great design. Alright, so look at us go. I was thinking if it were more of a trade-off, like Pyre draw strength from the units. Yeah, I mean, I do think that is a way to take the Pyrolites, since like the whole point of the Titan fight is supposed to be that you are you're making moment-to-moment decisions and deciding what you can afford to sacrifice. I.e., with Entropy, you have to choose between weakening your units or taking pyre damage. With Savagery, you have to choose like how much you want to try to devote to defending all your floors, which means splitting up your attention. Or again, you end up taking pyre damage if you start sacrificing floors. And with Dominion, you have to choose whether it's worth it to pay the 1 Ember for the Pyre Light or not. In practice, though, I think it does not really meet those goals. Even if that's clearly the design intent that they were going for. Okay, we'll just do the trap shoot. That's fine. Okay, so I can do the Ember Staff that way. And I maybe should have had Bullet up front because he actually can afford to take all the damage. Whereas the fun guys cannot very easily handle it. But that's fine. Also, I already had forgotten that we had pressurized boilers since it just hasn't mattered up until now. Since I don't know the last time we actually leaked enemies. Like, we did at the beginning. We took a lot of damage early on, but hasn't mattered since then. Yes, look at his trample go. Anyways, this fight should go reasonably easily. Oh look, he's dazed, and also conveniently on our floor that's generating decay on him again. Did I hear we got a lot of gold early on? You did, in fact. Could read it that way. Which again is why I was happy to take the extra. Well, not necessarily happy, but I was perfectly content with taking the damage. Thought my cat was trying to jump up on my computer. And again, I'm just not willing to have that happen again. Okay. Oh no, we're making enemies stronger. It's like it will actually definitely matter. Unfortunately, we don't have the trapdoor ready yet, but that's okay. So, nice Under Legion solo run with no Railforge contribution. Yeah, more or less. Like I said, we basically didn't even draft all that many cards. Yeah, Entropy, or not Entropy, Savagery's already dead, no surprise. That cattail on cam was huge. I didn't even see it. I did observe that she was walking in front of the screen, but didn't happen to be looking at chat at the time. Alright, and that's enough that we get the kill. And there we go. Exciting stuff. Anyways, yes, that was a very long run because we took many breaks just to talk about things, but here we are. It wasn't a bad run. And thus, another crown has been acquired. Okay, what are we playing next? Probably one of the other Wormkin primary runs. Yeah, let's do something Spine Chief, I guess. We're running out of things. I guess we do Spine Chief Umbra next. I heard the cat. Yeah, she was throwing a fit. She had opinions. We were definitely taking Plink. When dealing with them being infused, I definitely prefer Plink over Shade Splitter. Beyond the fact that I already just kind of prefer Plink to Shade Splitter. But, yeah. You're rare. Okay. I mean, Echo Infusion's good. It's a little awkward with Spine Chief at times. Especially when it's not infused. But it's good. Care a lot less about Morsel Master, but that's fine. It'll be okay for us early on, at least. Well, we're taking Encased Divinity. For reasons, not least of which being that Wanderer's Talisman gets outdated fairly quick. It's good when you're using it, but later on it basically becomes worthless. We're up against Entropy is a little bit of a problem. You know, I'm not even sure. Despite how many times I have dallied on this screen, don't think I've ever realized that Daedalus says, I don't have all day. Admittedly, I'm basically never looking at Daedalus while I'm on this screen. Anyways, I think we're going to do Decayer, because I think it's been longer since I've done Decayer. So let's go for it. I think Hef said something like that in Monster Train 1 as well, probably. Again, I've talked about this recently, but... and I find this a little silly, but admittedly, despite how much I've played this game, or Monster Train in general, I still don't actually know any of the battle quotes of any unit. I mean, the Rebel Morsels are kind of cute, but really what we want is just more HP, so... yeah, I'll avoid that. That's fine. Yeah, I guess let's play that there. I don't really want to have morsels cycling around my deck. We could have used them if I didn't do the Spear Steward, but I figured the Spear Steward was good enough. Okay, we'll generate some charges. Here we go. Not sure how many of the worm can even have battle quotes. Yeah, I have literally no idea, unfortunately. Well, that's not going to kill you. Well, then it's better to do that than not. I'm reasonably confident we'll beat the boss, no problem, but still. Ta-da! And even if we somehow weren't killing him, he'd be taking 64 damage and Reap as well. Okay, well, I'm not taking that Echo Infusion nor that Proclamation. The Hosting Kin is fine. It's not the most exciting card. I will take it. Yeah, Perils is fine to take here. Yeah, we're absolutely going here for a multitude of reasons. That's not what I wanted to see. I mean, the Kiddo's carapace would be good if I could fit it, but I can't. Obviously, I could, like, take it and try to fit it later. Okay. I will take this as a backup option. Yeah, that's not what I was hoping for, but okay. As champions go, I found it interesting Orechi has distinct quotes on his unstable path and on other paths. Honestly, didn't know that. Had no idea. Okay. I guess let's do this time. Yeah, we actually probably want the lifesteal ones. I was gonna do this, but I think we just want the lifesteal to keep them alive better. Okay, and then you're going to eat the one uneatable charge. It's truly a master plan if I've ever seen one. Also, we can do that, and that's fairly good. Okay, we can do the perils with impunity, which is not bad. I maybe should have done on him to maybe kill him. I don't think we would have killed him even with the extra reap. Well, you already had 6 reap on you. Maybe. But either way, the point was just we wanted to build up our friend a little better. Both so that it'll help us win Relentless, and also in case I do end up utilizing him long term, it feels warranted. Okay, we almost get the kill from that alone. His line's like, the final experiment of life. Fair enough. The things I learn. Okay, this is gonna look a little weird. We're gonna reap our own dude. Just because I meant to not pop the ability yet, but that's fine. It's okay. This game is not really about its lore, but there's some fun bits of characterization. I mean, Monster Train 1 does do a much better job with the lore. It does have a much richer set of lore than Monster Train 2, which I think is a bit of a shame. Admittedly, I've still not read all of the like flavor text of Monster Train 1, which is a little weird to me because I normally read all the flavor text of every card, but I just never have for Monster Train 1. I think the bigger problem is that you have to go out of your way to read it in Monster Train 1, as opposed to like a magic card where it's just at the bottom of the card. I kind of want the Bounding Echoes. I don't know that we actually need it, but I'll take it, I guess. Kind of want another Perils. We're just going to skip it, though. Monster Train 1 is displayed in tooltips, though. In Monster Train 2, you need to go into the logbook. So in Monster Train 2, you can right-click on a card at any time to view it. In Monster Train 1, I don't think it's in the tooltips at all. I believe you have to turn on that option in the settings. And so if you don't know that that option is there, it's very easy to not know that it's even a possibility. Okay, we'll skip on those. Now, I would like multi-strike, but what I really want is just Smidge Stone. Yeah, okay. It is not perfect, because I still don't really want this guy draining all of my charges all the time, but it at least gives me a little better things. I don't think I really want to get rid of Encased Divinity. We'll just take it Historian's Razor. That's fine. I'm not wild about my current situation, but it's at least workable. Could trade for artifacts to remove Wormtooth. You have no artifacts? No. I think currently it actually accidentally soft locks the game, but no, it doesn't let you do that. Also, the way it's coded, Wormtooth doesn't actually do anything. It is basically just here to explain the mechanics, but it doesn't actually do anything. Do I want Kano's Carapace on bottom floor? I think no. I think we want to do this for at least one more fight. Oh, I actually should have done the lifesteal, probably. Well, we'll see how it goes. I was like, why does my morsel have so much attack? It's because it has the Historian's Razor. So Wormtooth is a regular manager, understood. How hurtful. Okay. Well, we're certainly not doing the best job of reaping yet, but we're doing okay, and we do have the lifesteal to recuperate a little bit. Okay, we're just gonna do that so we can power him up a little bit, because it does matter to me, at least to some degree, to do that. Oh, Wormtooth doesn't even count for Historian's Razor. Honestly, I don't know if it does or not, but just the artifact itself doesn't actually, like, that artifact is not what is making the infused cards be infused. That just is an effect that automatically is active while you're playing Wormkin. Seems to be currently giving +8, assuming it counts itself. I do believe it counts itself, and so yes, I do think you are correct, but... Unfortunately, you're not dying, and I would really like to do the Calcified Ember. And I could if I play the Perils, but I would love to do the Perils with impunity. Well, let's do this, I guess. Okay, fine. Oh, it specifies non-starter, and its text now probably specifically to exclude a Worm Tooth. Yeah, that would make sense. Well, I probably should have done this differently. I'm being a bit messy with all this, but it is working okay. I'll do that just because letting the Flagellant get up there is a lot of extra damage. Alright, unsurprisingly, we're fine, and we do power up our dude a little bit. Again, he's not very powerful, but permanent stats are permanent stats. I mean, it's not incredibly helpful, but I could take Accelerated Incubation. We don't have another Wormkin banner. There is, like, we do get one more banner from beating this boss, and so we could see an egg. Don't think it's worth it. Shroud Spike is fine. Don't care. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and skip on those. I was really hoping for First of Kin, but, you know. Shards of the Carver also would have been appreciated. We're definitely taking Draw. I'll take the intrinsic. Actually, will I? Do I have enough money for this? So if I take the intrinsic, it is push me down to 210. And then 75 on the reroll. Should be fine. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. I was really hoping to get Prismal Dust. I mean, engine upgrade is cute, but doesn't matter to me in the slightest now. The only reason I might have taken it is because it's infused, but it just doesn't actually matter. Well, fuck these guys. Okay, so we've got decent stats now. I think we're gonna try to be bold, and we're gonna do this. The problem is that there's a very real cost to eating my charges now. Yeah, that's not great. I mean, it doesn't help that I can't generate, like, any charges this turn. Okay, can't play out the Shield Steward. That's fine. We're just not going to eat those charges. The problem is I really do need to be building you up if I'm going to be using you at all. Okay, this is greedy. I recognize that. We're still doing it. I do just need to build up my guy over time, though, if I'm going to be using him. I mean, kind of. It's not explicitly necessary. There we go. But it is helpful. That is for sure. Because the more defense he offers, the better it is for us. Since, like, Chief will be able to give off most of our offense. That said, I will need things. We'll make it work by the time we get to Entropy, hopefully. Okay. But yeah, anything we can do to bulk up our friend between now and then will certainly do some work for us. Alright, we have seeded charges elsewhere. That's the best we can do for the moment. Okay, well, that's a little concerning, but here we are. This is one of those reasons why I like Echo Breaks, because while we're applying a fair bit of Reap to these guys, we don't get to kill them until after combat is over. Which is somewhat less helpful. Not that that was the biggest problem, because the biggest problem is just that Ajax saps my strength real fucking bad. But, you know, here we are. Okay, 355. It's like 190. That's real bad. Probably should have just been playing the perils up here earlier. Well, I think I survived, and if not, I did my math wrong. Actually, might be a problem because I wasn't taking the Titan skin. Yeah, no, I'm fine. I mean, fine is a bit of a stretch. That was really bad, but hey, that's what we're working with. Echo Bloom is cute. Excuse me. Still really wish that I had Prismal Dust. Sure, I'll take the Echo Bloom. I will take Void Binding. It's not infused, but that's okay. Unfortunately, even if I make the Echo Bloom deployable, I don't have the Ember for it. Which isn't the end of all things. I think we're just going here. Yeah, that's fine. I would like to dupe the Perils, because that is actually legit quite good for me, but still. Okay, well, we are in largely pretty good shape now. Not perfect. Also, I don't really need to minus cost this. It's kind of cute, but it mostly is just not necessary. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, the problem is I still need an answer to the silencers and entropy, but that's workable. Yeah, sure. Fuck it. I don't think I want Remnant. I guess I'll take this, and we'll not take it. Okay, that's fine. I have to visit a Merchant of Arms now, but that's okay. The payoff is quite good. It does sort of invalidate the whole working on the Kinhost Carapace situation, but fine. Yeah, I kind of need to do that right now. If I don't draw the perils, it creates some amount of issues, but not the end of issues. Yeah, the chances that I draw into no perils next turn is very low. So it unfortunately did occur. And unfortunately I have no way to get the Collector, which causes me grief. Well, fine. Yeah. Yeah, I probably should have just not done the Void Binding. Also, for some reason I was thinking I had 2 perils. Definitely didn't do that plan, though, so no surprise that I'm less likely to draw it. Nonetheless, fine. You guys are a bit of an issue, though. Oh, you have multi-strike. Whoops. Well, that is less helpful then. Also, I should have played you here. Okay, so you guys are basically dead. I need help here, though. Because I think I'm a little bit fucked. Which specifically is, if I let any of them get through, I die. And I just need to get past this wave, basically. Okay. It's not perfect, but basically, like, we should be fine other than that. Oh no, it's Quoto the Magnificent. Yeah. Just had to double check that I'm not missing anything elsewhere, but yeah, unsurprisingly, we're fine. Okay. Alright, and then about 500 damage from the Reap, and then you're already taking 100 damage from that. Okay. Yes, I could have held that for one more turn, but I was assuming that was probably about as many charges as I was expecting to make. Alright. Maybe it would have been better to wait. I don't know. It's fine. We're not really relying on the Kinho's carapace going forward either way. Sure, I'll take the Soul Siphon. I will skip on these. Okay, we're doing this. Give me Dante's Footstool. Yeah! Yeah, Wing Steel is also quite good for us. Unfortunately, Dante's Footstool is not perfect for us yet, but it is good. Yeah, see, that's the one we didn't want to draw, but it's still useful. Yeah, I just got rid of the other steward, so we'll play that one there. And this goes here. Okay, well, let's do some cute things. Namely, we Soul Siphon and we generate 21 Reap. And then we generate more Reap, and then we generate even more Reap. And, yeah. She's almost dead already. But, would have been nice if Hallow was also on that floor to begin with, but was not the case. I forgot that I had Hall of Mirrors there already. Well, that's fine. I can't play with the Morsel, but whatever. Anyways, I'm much further away from killing Hallow. But hey, we're working on it. I, again, can't play that anywhere. Okay, we'll eat those charges, I guess, and we'll give you a little bit of Reap and some charges, just because I'm trying to equal them out somewhat. Since at this rate, I'm definitely just going to kill Strix before I kill Hallow, which is not the end of the world. Yeah, I'm giving her a bunch of extra HP from incanting with Hallow. It's the thing that is sort of keeping her alive. I mean, she's sort of alive anyways, but yeah, fuck you, morsels. Right. Alright, well, Strix is in bad shape. Hallow is largely dead. We're doing just fine, all told. Hello, dead. Strix is largely fucked. We're just building up charges and such so that we can power up her friend a little bit, even though it just doesn't actually matter. Yeah, you're pretty super dead. Okay, I even could have just not killed Strix on that floor, and who cares? Everything's fine. Every single thing. I mean, Eternal Kinstone is cute. I will take it even though it's not perfect for me. And then we're definitely taking a draw. Capacity could have been cute because I could have done the Kinhost Carapace. It doesn't matter. Okay, we're going here, even though I do want to visit the Merchant of Arms, but this is my last shot at a Merchant of Magic. Also healing, not unwelcome at the moment. Yeah. I do kind of want the intrinsic. Mostly I kind of want it on the Bounding Echoes. It being on the Eternal Kinstone, also good, or also on the Soul Siphon. But doing it on the Bounding Echoes means that I will get the Void Binding infused on turn 1, which is nice. Okay, we're gonna just do this so I can hit the other things more easily. I also would love to remove some cards. I also was really hoping for Spell Chain so we could put on the Eternal Kinstone. Didn't happen. Unfortunate. Would have been really nice. Either way, we're doing the perils. Sadly, I haven't gotten a Wormkin Spike, which would be nice. But hey, so be it. Alright, well, I now need to deal with the Silence dudes, which I have not fully prepared myself for. Okay, so we play that there. Although it could have also been cute here. Also, I did fuck this up, that's fine, who cares? Well, now I can use this where I want. Because I was waiting to draw the Eternal Kinstone, but now we've done that. Unfortunately, I can't get rid of the Calcified Ember. Oh well. We need to give you Reap so you will die. I don't know why I played that there. I meant to play it up here. Whatever. Slightly incorrect, but we'll still do it like that and then power you up a little bit. Even though, again, he's just not our major concern, but still useful to have for the moment. Okay, but we now have this. Unfortunately, we don't have... I didn't really need to do that, but fine. And yes, whatever, it's fine. Who cares? I've definitely lost my train of thought. That's okay. Don't mind me. Okay, you're rare. Your lost train of thought. You, in fact, did. Yeah, I have literally no idea what I was saying, but that's okay. And yes, oh no, this is one's infused. I was thinking we did this in the wrong order because I was supposed to play that, so it's eating the permanent charges. Didn't end up mattering. I guess we'll play that there to generate charge, since the charges anywhere else would get lost. Nah, just joking about train of thought instead of trail of thought. I mean, the phrase is train of thought, not trail of thought, if that is what we're actually talking about here. Oh well, my English, fair enough. But yeah, no, it is train of thought. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if some place out there calls it trail of thought instead of train, but the phrase generally is actually train of thought. Okay, once again, we make sure we kill the silence dude before top floor, because otherwise things go very badly. And then again, I guess we generate charges here. And then we just keep our dudes protected and we do what we can. Oh no, it's Rex! The great and noble foe. So a little sad that we didn't get Spell Chain on the Eternal Kinstone, because while it's infused, spell chaining means that a single card can be generating S4 charges, which is real nice. Yeah, unfortunately... Yeah, if I do that, then he survives, because we just didn't kill these guys. I should have killed one of the front ones with a fracture instead of the back one like I did last turn. Didn't occur to me that that's what I should have done, though. Like, it's fine, I can just not consume the charges. It's not the end of the world, but it does fill me with some despair. It just means that we're getting less scaling on our dude, because otherwise I could pop the ability this turn, and then I'd still be able to pop it when Rax gets to the top floor, and instead I only get to do one or the other. Well, again, I probably should have killed some of these guys with a Reap before now, but I think we're okay. Maybe. Or at least we will be, I think. Maybe I'm wildly incorrect. Yeah, unsurprisingly, that does a lot less damage for us. Yeah, maybe I did fuck this up. Probably need to have hit some of these guys with the fractures beforehand. I even thought about it, and I didn't do it, and that probably means that I need to restart the battle, because that's not really tenable. Because, yeah, with them having the spell shields, like, I'm pretty limited in my options. And, yeah, that's just not nearly enough to kill. Good old Rax. If our Kenho's Carapace had multi-strike, that'd be a different story, but he does not. Well, I misplayed this battle. That's fine. We'll see what we can do. Okay. Well, here we are. Let's try to play this battle slightly better this time. I would love to remove so many cards from my deck. I mean, at least we took double draw, so I'm reliably-ish going to get them when I want them, but still. Let's get the collector. Let's play that out and get it out of the way. Yeah. Could maybe be doing different things with the Void Binding, but I think we do still just want on the front unit basically all the time. Okay, but yeah, I think mostly just comes down to I need to be hitting more of the Purified Souls with the Fractures. Okay, yeah, so I can still eat those, and that's fine. Because we still do a good chunk of damage, and Arcane Hose does enough damage to weaken the heavy. That things are largely fine. Okay, as we learned last time, we definitely want to kill one of you guys. I also really want to kill you. Okay, let's give you a little bit of reap so you start taking damage as things advance. Oops. Alright, how kind of you. I'll take that. Okay. So I should be able to eat that, no problem. You guys are a little concerning, but we'll deal with that in a moment. And here we are. Turns out damage shield's doing a lot for us. It's a shame the Void Binding isn't like double stacked, but holdover Void Binding still doing a lot of work for us. Now we're killing all of them. We'll kill one of you guys. That should make a fair bit of difference. No, I was hoping that we'd kill one of them with the plink. Yeah, it's not enough. Concerning. And, like, I could have used the plinks on them on prior turns to, like, maybe knock off the spell shields. I didn't think it was necessary, but I may have fucked it again. So, like, I could also just not eat any of the charges here, which might be enough. Like, yes, our Kinos Carapace is a little weaker, but in exchange, all of our Reap does dramatically higher damage. Unfortunately, the Plink has knocked off all of the spell shields without actually killing them. Yeah, and then we're just a little bit away. Just like another charge or two and we'd be able to do it. Because we'd be generating more Reap, and also every stack of Reap is doing more damage per charge. Anyways, fine, I fucked it. We definitely can win this battle. I could also just not be on top floor, I suppose. It's just that I thought that would be better, but maybe it's better to be on mid floor. Admittedly, mid floor is probably better for us. I was mostly just trying to make sure that I had time to always be drawing the... Oh, that's right. I forgot that we had the trial. That is why I was not doing this. Well, it's maybe still fine. Hi, cat. You are, in fact, in the way. Oh, why did I put Reap on the front one? These are the questions I gotta ask myself. Don't mind me as I'm losing my mind and making bad plays. Okay, if I have to take damage from one of them, that's not that big a deal. I can also do that, and then I can just kill all of them. I do get slightly less power on Spine Chief, mind you. But that's probably okay. Oh, I didn't actually have to save a charge for that, but that's fine. Okay. Well, we take a bit of a beating, but that's fine. Especially because I did give him the lifesteal morsel for this exact reason. Alright, well, you can have a buddy again, I suppose. Sure, we'll still do that here. Doesn't matter how powerful their attack is, so long as we're blocking them with damage shields. Unfortunately, we're not actually blocking them all with damage shields, so it does matter somewhat, but we'll do what we can. The chances that we kill at least one of them with a blink is reasonably high. Okay, so first off, we are definitely killing you. Okay. Cooldown 4. So I think if I use that now, I won't be able to use it when Rax arrives, so we're not going to use that. Sad though that may be. It's just pretty important that we're able to murder Rax. Turns out that may or may not be kind of our biggest deal. Okay, yeah. We don't technically kill you like this, but I'm reasonably okay with expecting that you'll die anyways. Yeah. Because we do have a lot of Reap on you, unsurprisingly. Yeah, so we're killing everything there. We'll just do this to increase the damage to the backliner. Not like a ton, but it's something. Okay. I appreciate any of these that I can kill. Okay, we're not killing you, which is a bit of a greed play on my part, but we'll see what we can do. Okay, we're already in pretty good shape. Yes, die, you foul creatures. Alright, what a world. That took way longer than it should have. I just kept making bad choices. We definitely could have done that on the first go-round. But here we are. Okay. I still need to master Force Contamination. I don't think we need another Soul Siphon. It is kind of nice, though. Yeah, I'll take it, actually. This may be a mistake, but that's fine. And then we're going here because I need the Merchant of Arms, kind of. Maybe not truly, but so be it. Yeah. I'll take Jack Strips, I guess. So the Echo Infusions are nice, but I want things that are charge positive, not things that are charge neutral. So, we're doing deployable on that. And then sky's the limit. Yeah, I guess let's get rid of you. And you. And you. It'd be kind of nice to get rid of the Blinks as well, but they matter less to me than other things. We probably want to just dupe the Void Binding. Yeah, I think I kind of need to do that. Because my defense is still a bit weak. Especially with what I'm currently going to be doing. The Jack Strips does help, but it doesn't solve my issues. Anyways, so now we have things. We're gonna be setting up on mid-floor. And we now have 2 Spine Chiefs. And he'll just chill out there doing his own thing. Because sadly, we can't fit him where we want to fit him. Alright, we'll do that there. We'll start building up some stuff. And I guess we'll do that there. And let you eat a couple. Alright. Oh, this is not ideal. Yeah, the problem is we didn't kill the Herald, and that's the one major thing we need to do. I did apply a fair bit of Reap here, but I didn't get any Reap on the Silence dude, which is sort of fine. Oh yeah, now it's totally fine, because we had the Hosenkin, which honestly, forgot we had one. But that's fine, because now it means that we can just do everything we want to do. Okay, well, now we apply sort of an absurd amount of Reap, even with us not having the best charge generation. Like, we got decent charge generation. And it will certainly look better now that I have both Perils. Would have loved to have duped another Perils instead of a Void Binding, but I thought I really just wanted to make sure I had decent defense. Maybe overkill. But either way, again, the point being is I generate a lot of Reap now. Whoops. That is not where I meant to click. Okay, so now you're dying. You're a problem, though. Well, we don't have the Hosenkin to save us this time, but fine. Yeah, that is a bit of an issue. But we can also just kill the boss. I was kind of hoping that that would be the case, since I knew that the Bloom Burst was off cooldown this turn. So, yeah, we'll just, even without applying more Reap to him with Spine Chief that turn, we'll just blow him up. That's fine. Okay, how exciting. Now, it'd be nice if we started with both Perils this time. We are going to set up bottom floor, see how that goes. You'll just chill here. We did get him up to respectable stats, it just also doesn't matter. Do we have a person here that said Carapace scaling is too slow? Yeah. That was said at one point. Not today, but, you know. I still maybe just want to play the Bounding Echoes right now. It's just I would really like it to hit the Eternal Kinstone. It matters a lot less when the Eternal Kinstone isn't holdover, though, so we'll just do this. That's fine. Yeah, I remember, so I was asking, is that person watching right now? I figured that's what you meant. I just don't remember who said that. Well, goodbye, savagery. Yeah, I forgot that by not being on top floor, you don't get the permanent charges, which isn't that big a deal. Yeah, so Savagery's down, Entropy's basically down on turn 1 already, so we'll just start giving some Reap to you, I guess. Well, the only thing that I remember for sure is have a nice Night Fury every day. I mean, fair enough. I mean, again, he announces when he's leaving, and I do appreciate him being here all the time, so seems reasonable. Alright, well, let's give you some Reap damage, I guess. And then let's watch as every other enemy evaporates. I wanted to troll with the, oh, that is actually a worse problem than I thought it was. I mean, it's not that big a deal if he dies. Like, one Spine Chief is already quite strong for us. But, yeah, I thought that would probably work. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. It's not ideal. But again, we're just waiting on Dominion to die. But with the 22 corruption on you, it's hard to keep you alive now. Like, I'll do it for the sake of it, but it's not wildly helpful. Yeah, whatever. Have a little bit of Reap, I guess. I mean, again, he'll die to the Pyrolites regardless. We're just trying to speed it up. Okay, they're already dying to the Reap anyways. Yeah, you barely survive, the front one doesn't, so be it. Unfortunately, I can't use the Perils or the Void Bindings in the Pyre room. Well, unless I want to give Dominion damage shields, but I really don't want to give Dominion damage shields, so that's not happening. Well, poor Spine Chief is finally dying, but that's okay. I could stop playing one of the Perils at this point. But again, who cares? Like, we win next turn regardless. Unfortunately, I didn't keep the Morsel alive, so I did have to take Savagery's damage this turn. Again, what does it actually matter? Alright, well, he's almost dying from the Reap and the attack already, but now we're good. And just for good measure, you'll eat a little bit more. Okay, look at us go. Only 26 damage, not bad. Oh boy. Yeah, turns out having 2 Decayers is really strong. That's why we took the Hall of Mirrors. Unfortunately, I didn't get to use it until the very end, but, you know, it made short work of Seraph and the Titans both. And thus, we have another crown. So what did our Kanos get to? We got to 360, 360. Not bad. Especially since he was not the focus of our run for the most part. But, like, it is deceptive how strong Kanos Carapace can get. Like, yeah, there is some real concern about it since you can't spend those charges elsewhere. But that's fine. Like, the biggest issue is really just that it's a 3 capacity unit and that it's 2 Ember. Like, that is a very meaningful investment. But it can scale. It can scale pretty good. Yeah, anyways, I would like to keep playing, but I should stop there. So we're going to stop there for the night. I feel a little bad at how much of the one of the runs we spent just yapping. But, you know, I think you guys come here at least partly to hear me yap. And I do like talking game design and general thoughts on Monster Train. Anyways, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be playing more Monster Train. As a reminder, on Thursday, we'll be playing Slay the Spire 2. Probably starting early. I don't know how early. Probably not 10 a.m. early like we did with other Monster Train things. But, I don't know. I've been looking forward to it. I do have other things I need to do this week. So, we'll see how much I can get done on other days. But, we'll see. We'll see. I am looking forward to checking out Slay the Spire 2, so we'll try to make a day of it or something. But anyways, thanks for hanging out. Have a wonderful evening, everyone, and I will see you tomorrow.